kuna kazi inaendelea. Machifu wetu wale extension officers wa county na extension officers wa serikali ya kitaifa wanafanya usajili wa wakulima wote. Tulikuwa tumefanya hiyo kazi na tulikuwa tumesajili tayari wakulima 1,300,000, lakini hiyo kazi ilikwama miaka 3 iliyopita. Wakati hii mambo hakuna wale walikuwa wanashughulika na hiyo kazi, so tumerudia hapo, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie wakulima wote wa Kenya ya kwamba msimu wa upanzi ambao unakuja, the main production season, kuanzia February mpaka Mei, tutahakikisha kwamba mbolea itapatikana kwa bei nafuu. Vile nimesema, tumegharamia kupunguza gharama ya mbolea. Tumehakikisha kwamba kutakuwa na mbegu ambayo ni ya kutosha, na vile vile tumekubaliana ya kwamba tutatumia hata ardhi ya serikali, ardhi ya NYS, ardhi ya prisons, ardhi ya ADC, ardhi ya FC ambazo ziko katika mikono ya serikali kuzalisha chakula na hasa kuzalisha mbegu, ili tuweze kupunguza gharama ya maisha. Na kufikia Februari tushaagiza, kwa sababu kuna pengo ya karibu magunia milioni 10 ya chakula. Tushafanya mpango na private sector kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo chakula itakuwa imefika hapa, ili ile chakula tumepanda na wakulima wetu ikianza kupungua, kwa sababu tuko na upungufu wa karibu magunia milioni 10, ile tumeagiza iwe imefika. Lakini attention yetu ndio haiko katika kuagiza, iko katika kuzalisha locally.
Vyema kabisa, umetaja vizuri kwamba mikakati umeweka upande wa sekta ya kilimo na kuhakikishia kwamba pembejeo zile zinashukishwa bei. Kwa upande mwingine, Mheshimiwa Rais, kitu kimoja ambacho Wakenya wengi wanaendelea kulia nacho ni kutoka katika sekta ya viwanda. Wanalalamika kwamba bei ya kawi ni kubwa sana. Kwa mfano, unavyonunua kawi ya shilingi 5,000 unapata kawi ya kama shilingi 1,800 ya matumizi. Idadi kubwa, 70% ya pesa ambazo umetumia inakwenda kwenye taksi hizi. Huu ni mzigo, Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa mwananchi wa kawaida na hata yule mzalishaji ambaye anajaribu kuleta gharama ya mwananchi wa kawaida pia angalau ya wastani.
Gharama ya stima ama kawi vile umesema, ni gharama ambayo tunagharamia kama taifa, na kuna tariff ama ile bei. Hiyo bei inafikiwa na stakeholders wengi, inaamuliwa kila baada ya miaka 3. Kuna participation ya private sector, na vile nilitangaza juzi, tulifanya hiyo participation ya tariff 2019. Itakuja tena this year mwezi wa 3. Tutaikalia, tuiangalie, tuone ni tuko na tariff viwango tofauti tofauti. Tuko ile inaitwa lifeline ya wananchi wala wanatumia units 30 na kurudi chini. Tuko na tariff ya katikati. Tuko na tariff ya wale ambao ni industrialist. Hiyo mambo yote tunayashughulikia ili tuhakikisha kwamba kuwe na stima ambayo tunaweza kuigharamia, na tuwe na stima ambayo itasaidia mambo ya manufacturing. Ile kitu mimi nataka nikuhakikishie, kwa sababu Wakenya wengi wanashangaa, mbona mimi niliondoa ile subsidy, ilikuwa kwa mambo ya kawi. Ile subsidy, my friend, na Wakenya wajue, kwa sababu nimesoma katika vyombo vya habari, pengine itatupotezea nafasi za ajira, pengine itaongeza gharama ya vyakula, pengine itaongeza gharama ya manufacturing. Mimi nataka nieleze taifa ya kwamba ile uamuzi wa kuweka subsidy ilikuwa ni uamuzi wa kisiasa, ilikuwa ni uamuzi wa kujaribu kutafuta kura, haikuwa ni uamuzi ambayo ni ya kiuchumi, Na unajua, kama nchi na mimi kama kiongozi wa nchi, lazima niwaambie Wakenya ukweli. Ile subsidy tulikuwa nayo ya unga ilifeli, kwa sababu ilikuwa inatugharimu bilioni 8 kila mwezi.
Ndio.
Subsidy ya fuel ilikuwa inatugharimu bilioni 16 kila mwezi. Subsidy ya stima ilikuwa inatugharimu karibu bilioni 3 kila mwezi. Ukiongeza hiyo subsidy yote ni karibu bilioni 25 kwa mwezi. Ni karibu bilioni 300 plus kwa mwaka mmoja. Na hiyo pesa yote sio ati ni pesa tuko naye, ni pesa ya kwenda kukopa. Na ndio mimi nataka niwaeleze Wakenya. Hiyo subsidy wakati iliwekwa, bei ya bidhaa haikurudi chini. Ongezeko ya matumizi ya stima kwa industries haikuongezeka. Hakuna watu walioajiriwa zaidi. Hiyo subsidy ili benefit not the consumer, ili benefit watu wengine hapa katikati. Na ndio mimi wakati nimeingia nikasema hakuna serikali ambayo inaendeshwa na watu wenye wako na akili ya kujua uchumi inapaswa kuendesha vipi, unaweza kuendelea na hiyo subsidy. Anyway, hata kabla mimi sijafika, wenyewe walikuwa wameondoa ile subsidy ya unga kwa sababu it was not workable. So mimi nataka niwaeleze wananchi wa taifa letu la Kenya, tutahakikisha ya kwamba tunasema ukweli na tunafanya yale yako ile kiwango inaitwa sustainable. Tunaweza kufanya leo, tuhakikishe ya kwamba itawezekana kesho na mwaka ujao na mwaka unaofuata.
Mheshimiwa Rais, niruhusu nikurejeshe nyuma katika swala ambalo umezungumzia kuhusu kuagiza magunia milioni 10 kutoka nje. Mwananchi akiwa kule nyumbani, yule ambaye anavuna sasa hivi anasema mumeagiza ilhali sisi tunavuna, si hasara mmetuletea? Utamwelezaje?
Unajua mahali yule mkulima analima saizi ama anavuna, anaangalia mahali yeye yuko. Mimi kama kiongozi wa nchi naangalia nchi nzima, na naelewa ya kwamba kuna huyu atazalisha kiasi fulani, lakini mahitaji ya nchi ni kiasi fulani. Na utafiti wetu kama serikali unaonyesha ya kwamba tuko na gap ya karibu magunia milioni 10. Tukisha hesabu yale yote wakulima wetu wanatuzalishia, na tumeweka mpango na taratibu kwamba wakati ule ambao tuta release ama tutahakikisha kwamba yale yanaagizwa inafika, yale ya mkulima yamenunuliwa kwanza, ndio tusichanganye effort ya mkulima na yale tunaagiza, kwa sababu yule ambaye anatusaidia kuzalisha almost 80-90% ya chakula ni mkulima, na lazima tumchunge. Lakini vile vile mimi kama kiongozi wa nchi pia ni jukumu langu kuangalia yule consumer pia ako na chakula, asiumie kwa gharama ya juu. So that's the balance, ama hiyo ndio mizani lazima niyatimize.
Na Mheshimiwa Rais, tukizungumza tu kuhusiana na hili swala la gharama ya juu ya maisha, umezungumza kuhusiana na mikakati ya muda mrefu ambayo kama serikali imewekwa, lakini kunaye Mkenya ambaye anatazama sasa hivi, leo hii pengine hajala chakula cha mchana, cha usiku. Utamweleza nini kama rais wakati huu ambapo anazidi kusubiri pengine miradi ambayo imewekwa ya muda mrefu, lakini mipango ya sasa hivi itakuwa ni ipi?
Mahali tumefika leo, Nancy, hatukufika leo hapa baada ya siku 2 ama siku 3 ama wiki moja ama mwezi moja. Tumefika hapa kwa sababu ya miaka 3 ya maamuzi ambayo hayakuzingatia vile tutakavyokuwa kama nchi. Subsidy ya fertilizer ilikuwa suspended 3 years ago. And that is the problem we are facing today. You know, compounded of course with other challenges, right? Na matatizo mengine. And kama tunataka kusort out shida ya gharama ya maisha kupanda, haina miujiza. Ni lazima tufanye na utaratibu, right? Tufanye na utaratibu. Na ndio nasema ya kwamba mbali na ile mipango ya kuzalisha tuko nayo, tuko na mpango ya kuagiza chakula. Lakini ndani ya hiyo mpango ya kuagiza, umesikia ndugu yangu hapa Frederick akisema ya kwamba pale kuna wakulima pia wako na hofu, mkiagiza na sisi je, you know? So lazima kuwe na balance. na hivyo ndivyo we will manage ourselves out of this problem. Itachukua sio muda mrefu, lakini haitafanyika mara moja, lakini itachukua muda. Lakini mimi natengeneza mpango ambayo itakomesha Kenya kurudi mahali hapa ambapo tuko na bei ya shilingi 230. Tusifike hapo wakati mwingine tena. Na ndio uliniona jana nikiwa kule Galana. Watu wengi walikuwa wanajaribu kuniuliza, hii Galana ilikuwa na matatizo, haikufaulu, sijui namna gani. Galana ilianguka kwa sababu kuna watu wali sabotage. Yeah? Na wale wali sabotage, maajabu ni kwamba nimekuta juzi, actually mbali na kusabotage isiendelee, walikuwa wameigawanya ile Galana vipande, eka 3, eka 2, eka 3, ifanywe sasa sio mahali ya kuzalisha chakula tena, mahali ya kwenda kufanya settlement ya wananchi, mahali ambapo hakuna mvua, mahali jangwani. Hata mimi nashangaa, hii nchi kama watu wengine wanafikiria vipi. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie Wakenya, ile Galana ndani ya miezi 2-3 nitaanza kujenga damu pale Galana, na tayari kuanzia hii Februari zile ekari 10,000 ambazo tayari tulikuwa tumeifanya kama model farm 10,000 acres na iko mpaka na pivot, hapo tutaanza kuzalisha chakula mwaka huu, na nitaongezea ekari zingine 10,000 kufikia mwezi wa 6-8 hapo, kwa sababu ile maji iko pale inatosha ekari 20,000. Alafu baada ya hiyo, hii dam mimi najenga beginning the next 90 days. Kwa mwaka 1.5 ikiwa tayari, tutaweka between 300 and 400,000 acres kuzalisha chakula pale Galana, kwa sababu hiyo ni mradi mimi naelewa. Lakini wale wengine walikuwa wanataka kuibadilisha na kuigawanya ili wao wenyewe wajinufaishe, waharibu ile mpango, kwa sababu kuna watu hawaelewi umuhimu wa kuzalisha chakula na kuondoa tatizo la gharama ya maisha katika taifa letu la Kenya.
Mheshimiwa Rais, umezungumzia hakikisho lako kwamba gharama ya maisha hapa nchini huenda ikapungua ikiwa watu watarudia katika masuala ya kukuza chakula na kadhalika. Lakini nafikiri unafahamu, na ni katika serikali ambazo zimepita, nyingine ambazo zote umeweza kuhudumu, ni kwamba wakulima wanalima. Chukulia mfano wa Trans Nzoia, Uasin Gishu na kadhalika. Lakini wanafanya vile kwa ugumu wa kwamba serikali haizingatii mahitaji na masumbuko walionayo. Kwa mfano, katika kununua pembejeo, iwe ni mbolea, iwe ni katika kukodesha mashamba ambayo ni ya kulimia, iwe ni katika kutumia vifaa. Na mara nyingine hasara wanaopata kutokana na hali mbaya ya anga. Mara nyingi imekuwa kwamba serikali inatoa mwongozo wa bei ya mkulima kuweza kuuza mahindi yake basi na kuzingatia au kujali matatizo aliyopitia mkulima. Sidhani kama hilo limeweza kuzingatiwa kwa sasa, na iwapo hakikisho lako kwamba tutakaporejea katika uzalishaji kwamba wakulima wote ambao walikuwa wamefifia moyo katika kuzalisha watarejea katika hali hiyo, manake matatizo ni yale yale mpaka kufikia sasa ya gharama ya mkulima kuweza kufikia bei anayotaka. Inafika kiwango ambapo serikali zilizotangulia zinatishia na zinachukua hatua kuagiza mahindi kutoka nje basi na kujali mavuno kutoka kwa wananchi hapa nchini.
Nataka uelewe my good brother Nimrod, ya kwamba mimi mwenyewe ni mkulima. Kwa hivyo nayaelewa kinaga ubaga ndani na nje matatizo ya kilimo. Jambo la pili, mimi nimekuwa waziri wa kilimo, na kuna yale nilifanya nikiwa waziri wa kilimo inajulikana Kenya hii. Na mimi nataka nikuhakikishie wewe na wakulima wenzetu ya kwamba wakulima wetu ni watu wazalendo sana. Kila mwaka kukosekane mvua, mbolea ipande, bei ya gharama ipande ya kulima, bado wanaenda kulima kwa sababu ya uzalendo wao. Mimi nataka niwahakikishia kwamba wakulima wa Kenya kwamba tutawashika mkono. Tutawasaidia na mbegu iliyofanyiwa utafiti sawa sawa. Nimesema ya kwamba nia yangu ni kuhakikisha kwamba zile seed production kutoka production ya serikali ya 15%, nataka nisukume mpaka 90%. Tutumie mashamba ya ADC, tutumie mashamba ya NYS, tufanye kazi na private sector, tuhakikishe ya kwamba tunapata mbegu ambayo imefanyiwa utafiti na katika bei ya sawasawa, tukitumia mashamba ya serikali. Jambo la pili ni jukumu letu kuhakikisha ya kwamba mbolea inapatikana. Tunawasaidia wakulima kuondoa middlemen, kuondoa mabroka hapo katikati, na kuhakikisha kwamba hiyo mbolea inafika kwa muda unaofaa na mbolea ambayo ni ile mkulima anahitaji. Na jambo la tatu, kuhakikisha kwamba tukishafanya haya mambo yote, kuna market forces ya kusaidia mkulima kupata bei ya sawasawa kwa mazao yake. Tutapunguza sana mambo ya serikali kuamua bei. It will be done as a last resort. Tunataka allow force ya supply and demand kwa market iweze kuamua ni bei gani mkulima atauza mazao yake, lakini tutahakikisha kwamba bei hiyo ikipanda, tunaagiza kutoka nje kuhakikisha kwamba tuna manage hiyo bei, wale consumers wasipate matatizo. So njia ya pekee mimi ninaelewa na nimekuwa katika hii kiwanja kwa muda ni kuhakikisha kwamba tuna support ama tuna wasaidia wakulima wetu kuzalisha chakula, na hiyo ndio itafanyika.
Mheshimiwa Rais, umezungumzia swala la uagizaji wa mahindi kutoka mataifa ya kigeni ili kuweza kusaidia wale ambao wana chakula wapate pia. Na kuna hili gumzo ambalo limekuwepo kuhusiana na swala la GMO. Ikumbuke kwamba katika serikali yako ni serikali ambayo iliondoa ile marufuku ya GMO humu nchini. Hiki chakula ambacho kinaagizwa ni salama ama hiki chakula ni GMO? Wakenya wangependa kujua.
Wewe kwanza umeharibu hiyo swali sana, kwa sababu sasa umesema ni salama ama ni GMO. Nani alikuambia GMO si salama? Ndugu yangu Joash, mimi nataka niwaeleze Wakenya hivi. Kwa ile KEBS wanasema it must be less than 1%. Sasa wewe ukiambiwa hii ni GMO lakini ni GMO lakini less than 1%. Hiyo nakusema nini? Si nikusema tu ni GMO less than 1%. So na hiyo less than 1% tunalipa 30-40% more kwa hiyo chakula ambayo iko 1% GMO. Sasa mimi tukajiuliza kama ni 1% ama 2% ama 3% ama whatever, si percent tu ni percent, sasa chakula yenyewe ni GMO tayari. Sasa hii kusumbuana na percentage ndio ulipe gharama nyingi, hiyo ni kukosa mpango. Na mimi nataka nikueleze ndugu yangu Joash na Wakenya, mimi kama kiongozi wa nchi siwezi kuhatarisha maisha ya wananchi walionichagua. Mimi mwenyewe I am a scientist. Yeah? Scientists wote wa taifa letu la Kenya, every university in Kenya, every scientist in Kenya wanakubali ya kwamba GMO haina matatizo yoyote. South Africa, the whole of South Africa, 100% GMO. Marekani, 100% GMO. Nchi zingine, 100% GMO. Umesikia mtu amemea pembe huko South Africa kwa sababu alikula GMO? Ama amemea miguu? Ama wamama amemea ndevu? Nasikia watu wengine wanasema sijui nani atamea nini. You know, hii ni porojo na propaganda ya watu ambao hawataki tuwe na uwezo wa kuzalisha chakula ya kutosha. Mimi mwenyewe nimekula chakula ya GMO. Mimi nimemea matiti. Ama ile wanasemekana sijui nani atafanya nini, utakuwa na extra nini, you know, lazima tuambiane ukweli, you know, tuachane na propaganda, na porojo. Nia yangu ni kuhakikisha kwamba tuko na mpango ambayo itatusaidia kuhakikisha kwamba tunaondoa kabisa changamoto ya gharama ya maisha kupanda, ikafika mahali Wakenya wengine bado wanalala njaa. Na nia yangu ni kuondoa kabisa matatizo ya kwamba miaka 60 baada ya sisi kuwa nchi huru bado kuna Wakenya wanalala njaa. That is a very big indictment on us as leaders.
Mheshimiwa Rais, nadhani tutasonga mbele. Tumejadili hili swala na wananchi wenyewe wameweza kupata zaidi, lakini tuingie kwenye swala la elimu hivi sasa. Tunafungua mwaka na tuna kalenda mpya ya elimu hivi sasa. Kuna ripoti ya awali imetolewa kuhusiana na ule mchakato wa CBC namna unavyoendelezwa. Kuna mambo mengi yatahitajika pale. Nitampa mwenzangu fursa aulize swali kuhusiana nao, lakini kama serikali mmejipanga vipi kuhakikisha kwamba pia gharama ya mwananchi ambaye anafundisha watoto wake ama anasomesha watoto wake pia kidogo itakuwa wastani?
Masomo ni kitu ya muhimu kwa sababu tatu. Ya kwanza, Kenya, ile asset tuko nayo ya muhimu zaidi ni human capital, wananchi wetu. Hiyo ndio asset. Pengine hatuna migodi ya madini, hatuna nini, lakini tuko na Wakenya. Na elimu ndio inatusaidia kuwapanga Wakenya vizuri. You know, elimu, training, skills ndio inatusaidia tuwe na wananchi ambao wanaweza kutumika katika kuendesha nchi yao, uchumi, kilimo, biashara na mambo mengine. Hiyo ni number 1. Number 2, kila mzazi anashughulika na masomo ya mtoto wake, and it's a very emotional issue. Mimi nikiweko, watoto wako unataka wapate elimu na wapate elimu ya sawa sawa. Na ndio niliona ya kwamba kwa sababu kulikuwa na mfutano kwa mambo ya CBC, mimi mwenyewe naamini ya kwamba uamuzi wa kwenda CBC ni uamuzi ambao ni mzuri. Kwa sababu tunataka kuwa na elimu ambayo ita-equip watoto wetu na skills ya kuendelea mbele. Ile pengine ilitokea makosa kidogo ni ile iliharakishwa, na ndio walimu wengi wanasema hawakupata nafasi ya kuwa equipped ili kuendesha ile curriculum ya CBC. Right? So haya ni mambo ambayo tutayarekebisha, na ndio nikaweka jopo kutusaidia kuangalia elimu kikamilifu, elimu ya msingi, elimu ya upili mpaka elimu ya university. Na hiyo jopo imefanya kazi mzuri tayari. Ndio tayari tumekubaliana ya kwamba kutakuwa na transition ya watoto wetu kutoka grade 6 wanaenda grade 7, grade 8 na grade 9 katika junior secondary school ambayo inaanza baadaye mwaka huu, mapema baadaye mwezi huu
tarehe 23.
Na pia ili kuhakikisha ya kwamba hiyo transition itakuwa haina matatizo, ndio tuliamua kama serikali ya kwamba lazima tuajiri walimu, na ndio tumetangaza kuajiri walimu 30,000 wapya, the largest ever single employment of teachers in Kenya, right? Kwa sababu tunataka hiyo transition isiwe na matatizo, na tunaajiri walimu wengi ambao tayari wamehitimu na vile vile wamefanya course ya CBC, ndio watusaidie katika kuendesha hiyo mpango. Na pia walimu wazazi wengi, wakati tulifanya utafiti na wazazi karibu 20,000, 86% walisema wanataka watoto wao waende mahali karibu, hawataki gharama ipande. Ndio wakasema ile junior secondary iwekwe katika mahali karibu pale kwa primary school. Tutaongezea laboratory ama na darasa moja, na hiyo mpango tayari, because there is already an extra class. Ile ambayo tutafanya ni kuhakikisha kwamba kuna mwalimu ambaye atasaidia hiyo transition na kuna facilities ambazo zitasaidia hiyo transition, na tayari tumekamilisha mipango yetu kama serikali kuhakikisha kwamba mpango huo unaendelea. Ya pili, pia kwa sababu ya elimu, nimesema ndio chombo muhimu ya kuhakikisha kwamba raia wa Kenya wanapata uwezo wa kuendesha taifa lao na kutusaidia kusukuma uchumi na kilimo na biashara na mambo mengine. Vile vile tunaajiri walimu 2,000 wa TVET. Na TVET ambazo mambo ya TVET unajua ilikuwa imekwama kwa sababu ya watu kutoelewa ni nini inaendelea, na ndio sababu kidogo uliona there was a small lapse kwa mambo ya TVET. Lakini sasa tutaajiri walimu 2,000, na vile vile kuna TVET 70 ambayo hawana equipment. Tayari nimeagiza na tunaongea na serikali ya Uchina na serikali ya Ujerumani to equip hiyo TVET 70 ambazo itatusaidia kuwapanga vijana wetu wapate skills, wapate competence, ndio tuwapange wa Kenya hasa katika ile sehemu inaitwa mathematics, science na engineering, kwa sababu ya mambo ya TVET. Na ya mwisho, tuko na matatizo makubwa sana na university education. Ndugu Ali, university karibu zote, yule mama wa Auditor General anasema hizi universities they are bankrupt, kwa sababu university nyingi ziko na matatizo. Na juzi uliona one of our universities management wamepelekwa kotini wafungwe kwa sababu hawajalipa walimu, hawajalipa hawajalipa. Yani the place is just chaotic. Na ni kwa sababu gani? Ile funding tunawapatia universities ni only 52% of the money they need. 52% ndio tunawapatia. Ile 48% wanafanya ukarabati hapa na pale, watoto wanakosa kusoma, mambo inaharibika. Na ndio nimesema kama serikali, na ukisoma manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza, tulisema tutachanganya Higher Education Loans Board, tuongeze na ile Kenya Universities and Colleges Placement Service, tuongeze na ile Universities Funding Board, tuweke mahali pamoja, ili huyu asiwa anasema anapanga vile university watakuwa wanakuwa funded. Mwingine ana place watoto kwa university na kwa college, na hazungumuzi na huyu mwingine. Ule mwingine anapanga basari. So inakuwa confusion. Watoto wanazidi kwenye university, hawana funding ya kutosha, hawana basari ya kutosha, ndio tunapata matatizo haya. So tutahakikisha ya kwamba there is harmony, and we are going to harmonize all these institutions, ili mtoto anapoitwa kwenye college ama university, tuwe tumejua kama serikali, hiyo university anaenda, hiyo college anaenda, tutapatia pesa kiasi gani na tutatoa basari kiasi gani, ndio tulete order katika ile university. Tusiwe na mauniversity zetu ambazo ziko katika hali mbaya ya kifedha, kwa sababu itaanza kudunisha masomo katika mauniversity na macolleges zetu.
Vyema kabisa.
Naam, Mheshimiwa Rais, ningependa tuzungumzie kuhusu swala la Hustler Fund. Najua ni swala ambalo lilikuwa moja wa ajenda zako kuu wakati wa kampeni, na uzinduzi wake ulifanyika mwezi Disemba mwaka jana. Na katika hali ya kufuatilia hazina hiyo ya Hustler Fund, ni wazi kwamba Wakenya wengi wamefaidika na hazina hiyo. Lakini tumezungumza na Wakenya kutokana na hali ngumu ya maisha, baadhi ya Wakenya ambao ni mahasla wanakwenda katika hazina hiyo kukopa ili angalau wapate chakula. Utafanya nini kuhakikisha kwamba hazina hiyo inafikia malengo yake?
Dania, Kwanza wakati tulisema ya kwamba tutashughulika na mambo ya kupigana na wale Shylock, wale watu wanaumiza wananchi na riba ambayo haiwezekani, pale chini. Pengine watu walikuwa wanaona ile ilikuwa siasa, lakini mimi naelewa matatizo ya mtu ambaye ako na idea, ako na mpango, ako na kujua kufanya biashara, lakini hana uwezo. Na mara nyingi umesikia watu wengi wakisema shilingi 500, shilingi 1000, shilingi 2000 ni pesa kidogo. Ni pesa kidogo kwako Daniel, lakini capital ya mwananchi wa kawaida pale sokoni, shilingi 2000 itampatia shilingi 1000 kila siku ya kuishi maisha yake. Unanielewa? Na ndio sababu hiyo Hustler Fund kufikia sasa Wakenya wako ndani ya Hustler Fund ni Wakenya milioni 17.5. Pesa ambazo tumekopesha kwa Hustler Fund ni bilioni 21. Wananchi ambao wamekopa kuliko kuzidi mara moja ni wananchi zaidi ya milioni 5. Who have wenye wamekopa, wamelipa, wamekopa, wamelipa. Pesa ambazo tayari kwa ile saving kidogo ya shilingi 25, shilingi 50, Wakenya wana save kila mara wakikopa. Sasa tuko na milioni 700. Pesa ambazo sasa zitaingia kwenye savings. Yeah? Na hii ni mwezi moja peke yake. Na hatujasongesha kwa sababu kufikia tarehe 15 mwezi huu sasa tutaongeza kiwango ingine ya saving. Kuna wananchi wengi wanasema mimi wakati nangoja kukopa munipatie nafasi ya kusave. Nianze kuweka pesa zangu hapo, nikingojea nikipata idea mzuri nianze kukopa. Sasa hiyo tunafungua tarehe 15. Tarehe 30 mwaka huu tena tunafanya sasa ile credit scoring. Yule ambaye alikuwa amekopa shilingi 500, sasa tutamwambia kwa sababu umelipa mara 2, 3, 4 tunakuongezea, unaweza kukopa sasa 1000. Yule wa 1000 unaweza kukopa 2000. Yule wa 1500 unaweza kukopa 10000. Kwa sababu tunataka kuwasongesha hawa wananchi mpaka wakope shilingi 50,000. Hiyo ndio kiwango ya chini. Kiwango hii ya chini. Alafu baadaye sasa Februari, vile nilipendekeza, vile niliwaeleza Wakenya, Februari tutaenda phase 2 ambayo sasa tutawasaidia watu wa sako, watu wa chama. Naamini hata wewe Daniel pengine mko na chama yenu hapo ya Mahasla wa K24 hapo. Sasa hata na nyinyi tutawa invite pale, tuwapatie pesa muweze kuendesha mambo yenu na kulipia school fees, kufanya nini na kufanya biashara. So hiyo ndio awamu ya pili. So mimi nataka niwashukuru Wakenya wengi. Unajua wakati tumelaunch hii program, wanasiasa wengi walienda wakasema chukueni hii pesa mkule, hii ni pesa ambaye haina maana, sijui nini. But I want to promise you, leo ile pesa tunakopesha, ile pesa inalipwa ni nyingi kuliko ile tunakopesha today. Na wale walikopa the first day, 70% have repaid. Hizi the fund is sustaining itself. Nyinyi mnanielewa? So Kenyans waliignore hawa wanasiasa, na huyo mwanasiasa ambaye anamwambia huyu asilipe, yeye analipa yake kule bunge, analipishwa 3%, analipa yake bunge, anaambia huyu ati asilipe. Lakini Wakenya wengi wamekataa na hiyo story ya wanasiasa kuwaambia wasilipe. Na mimi nataka nikwambie Daniel, wacha nimalizie tu hapo.
Naam.
Wewe kama Mkenya, nataka nimzungumzie Mkenya mwenzangu. Wewe uko na nafasi ya kukopa pesa kwa 8% per year, 0.02% per day. Ukiharibu hii nafasi, utaenda mahali utakuwa unakopa 1% per day, which is 360% per year. So ukikosa kulipa pesa ya Hustler Fund, William Ruto hapati hasara. Wewe Mkenya ndio utapata hasara, kwa sababu utakuwa umejifungia nafasi ya kukopa pesa yenye riba ya chini, na unaweza kujiendeleza na unaweza kujiongeza, na uko na opportunity ya saving, na uko na opportunity ya kuongeza ile pesa ambayo ungekopa na ufanye biashara yako.
Na pengine swali moja tu, pengine serikali imefanya utafiti kubaini ni biashara gani ambazo zinafanya vyema katika awamu hii ya kwanza za mahasla?
Unajua, Mkenya anajua vile ya kujipanga. Akichukua ile 2,000 ama 3,000, atajua atafanya biashara gani. My interest, ile umuhimu niko nao ni kwamba ukiona mtu anakopa na analipa, there is something he is doing and there is something he knows. Na sio kazi yangu kwenda kusupervise ati wewe utanunua mayai, sijui wewe utanunua kuku, sijui wewe. Hiyo hapana kazi yangu. Kila mtu anajipanga na vile anavyojua.
Mheshimiwa, hoja yangu kuu katika hazina hii ya Hustler Fund, na ni hoja ambayo imewakera pia hata wakosoaji wako, ni kwamba hazina hii fedha zake zinatoka wapi? Ikikumbukwa kwamba bunge halikuidhinisha utoaji wa fedha hizi, bajeti ambayo ilisomwa mwaka uliopita bado ikeli kutumika na haikuzingatia kuwepo kwa Hustler Fund. Ikiwa fedha hizi hazijulikani zinatoka vipi, basi kule zinakorudi zinarudi wapi? Huoni kwamba hilo ni jambo halijaeleweka na linaweza kutia hofu kuhusiana na jinsi zinavyotoka na jinsi zinavyorejeshwa?
Ndio mimi niko hapa kueleza.
Niongeze hili, kuna wale ambao wanasema zile savings ambazo wanakatwa hawawezi kuzifikia. Ziko wapi hizi fedha?
Very good. Now, Hustler Fund tulitengeneza regulations kisheria, tukaifanyia public participation kisheria, tukaipeleka bunge kisheria, ikapitishwa na bunge. Hustler Fund, hakuna kitu imefanywa kinyume na sheria, kwa sababu hii ni pesa ya umma, sio pesa zangu, sio pesa ya ule, ni pesa za umma, right? Jambo la pili, haikupitishwa kwenye budget kwa sababu it was not part of the plan ambayo tulikuwa nayo pale kwa ile serikali ingine. Tunatengeneza sasa budget ambaye tutaregularize. Tuko na sheria inaturuhusu kama serikali kutumia section ya katiba 223 kuhakikisha kwamba kama kuna mpango wa dharura tunaweza kutumia hiyo section kuweka pesa ya serikali, alafu ikaenda ikakadiriwa na bunge. Tunapeleka mambo ya Hustler Fund bunge Februari kuiratify, na sio Hustler Fund peke yake, other interventions ambazo tumefanya kama ile ya drought, tumetumia pesa karibu bilioni 4 ambazo hasikukuwa kwenye bajeti. Kuna vitu zingine ambazo za dharura zimefanyika ambazo tutairekebisha sio tutairekebisha, formalize katika budget, number 1. Number 2, zile pesa za savings ambazo nimesema karibu milioni 600 na karibu milioni 700 saa hizi, hiyo pesa tulishakubaliana ya kwamba hiyo pesa tumetengeneza organization ambaye iko kwenye hiyo sheria ambaye itasimamia kama savings licensed by the RBA, yeah? Kuhakikisha kwamba hizo pesa zinaegezwa kwa kufuatana na sheria za taifa letu la Kenya. Ile uamuzi tumesema kama serikali ni kwamba hiyo pesa haiwezi kufanya kazi ingine, inakuwa invested in government securities, because government securities are the surest. Hakutakuwa na default, hakutakuwa na matatizo yoyote. Sio pesa ya kwenda kununua plot, sio pesa ya kwenda kununua shares sijui ya nani, pengine inaweza kapotelea huko ama shares. Hiyo ni pesa ambayo inatumiwa only kununua government paper, government securities, government bills, na hivyo ndivyo itakavyokuwa invested. Na wale wote wako katika wanaonyeshwa kila wakati kwamba wewe umesave pesa fulani. The application is there. Umesave pesa fulani na tukianza investment tutakuwa tunamwambia hii pesa imekuwa invested, faida yako ni kiasi fulani. Everybody will be able to follow online.
Kwa hivyo nasema wasubirie, lakini sababu kuna masuala mengi tungependa kuzungumzia kabla muda kuyoyoma. Kuna swala la usalama nchini, hasa maeneo ya Kerio na Lamu. Siku 3 zilizopita, najua kwa sasa unajua kwamba watoto wawili ambao walikuwa warejee shuleni mwezi huu hawatarejea sababu waliuliwa. Si mara moja au mbili tumemwona waziri wa usalama wa ndani Kindiki Kithure, wewe mwenyewe ukizungumzia haya maswala. Lakini kwa wale wananchi wako kule chini wanasema imezidi sana, imezidi unga. Ni wakati mwafaka kuwaita hawa wezi wa mifugo wanamgambo au kwa kimombo terrorist.
Msimamo wangu na msimamo wa serikali ya Kenya na waziri wetu Profesa Kithure Kindiki na PS wake Bwana Omolo wanaelewa ni kwamba ni changamoto sugu, ni problem, challenge ambayo imesumbua nchi hii kwa muda mrefu. Vile mmemsikia waziri akisema, tulikubaliana kama serikali ya kwamba changamoto ya ukosefu wa usalama lazima tuitatue. Isipotatuliwa na hii serikali, sijui itatatuliwa na nani, kwa sababu tunaielewa na tutaishughulikia. Pengine ile mpango yote tumeweka haikosekani ya kwamba saa zingine kunatokea mwanya na hawa wakora na wagaidi na hawa watu wanapitia mahali. Tumezuia sehemu kubwa. Ukienda leo Arabal kwa mfano, kule Kerio mali kulikuwa hakukaliki. Nilikuwa Baringo kwa mfano juzi Disemba. Wananchi wanasema kwa miezi 7 tumerudi nyumbani tumelala. Ya? Lakini bado hiyo changamoto bado hatujaikabili vile tumeipangia. Ile hakikisho mimi nataka niwaambie Wakenya wanaoishi Kerio, wanaoishi Lamu. Nilikuwa Mombasa juzi na kukatokea incident pale Witu, na tukaifuatilia tukaona kuna cell ya watu magaidi fulani, na uzuri tayari tumewapata wawili ambao wanatumika kama financials, na tumewapata na pesa nyingi zile wanatumia kununua kufanya hivi na kufanya hivi ile. So tunawafuatilia. Ile hakikisho mimi nataka niwaambie Wakenya ni kwamba hii ni tatizo ya ukosefu wa usalama, ingawaje ni tatizo ya kimataifa, lakini hapa Kenya ni tatizo letu kama serikali. Na wauliza Wakenya tuwe na ushirikiano na wao, tushirikiane sisi zote, lakini serikali tutahakikisha ya kwamba tunakuwa na officers. Nilienda juzi kule mahali tunafanya training ya wale special forces wa kukabiliana na hawa watu, na tumekubaliana tutaongeza the numbers ya special forces ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba kukitokea jambo tunaishughulikia vilivyo. Katika haya masehemu ambayo tayari bado tuko na changamoto, tumekubaliana pia ya kwamba tutaweka huko camp za GSU, tutaweka training center ya polisi, tutaweka training center ya jeshi. Tunataka occupy the whole of that area and make it impossible for these crooked people to continue terrorizing citizens. So hiyo ni changamoto ambayo iko katika mipango yetu na tunaishughulikia.
Na Mheshimiwa Rais, sasa kidogo tuzungumze kuhusiana na masuala ya afya. Wewe mwenyewe mara kwa mara umesema ya kwamba takriban Wakenya milioni 1 wanafilisika kila mwaka kutokana na wanatumia fedha zao kujitafutia afya bora. Hatma ya sekta hii humu nchini ni ipi? Na vilevile katika hospitali mbalimbali hasa za serikali kumekuwa na changamoto kwamba hakuna dawa. Mgonjwa anaenda pale anatibiwa kisha anaambiwa dawa nenda kanunue pale nje. Hatma ya sekta ya afya ni ipi?
Tulikubaliana na Wakenya waliotuchagua ya kwamba sekta ya afya ni sekta lazima tuibadilishe kabisa na tutengeneze mfumo mpya wa mambo ya afya. Universal health coverage ile tulicommit kwa wananchi wa Kenya ni jambo ambalo haliwezi kungojea, na ndio umeona two things pale katika wizara. Nimetengeneza departments mbili katika wizara ya afya kwa sababu nataka nirahisishe. Nimetengeneza state department mbili kwa sababu nataka nirahisishe ile kazi, number one. Number two, nafanya mabadiliko kwenye National Hospital Insurance Fund kwa sababu pale, sitaki kusema sana, kuna changamoto kubwa ya na hata ile mpango nilikuwa nafikiria ya kwamba naweza kutekeleza kwa muda mfupi, imebidi nisitishe ndio niweze kuipangia vizuri, kwa sababu pale nilikuta kuna matatizo makubwa sana ya so nimetengeneza board mpya, nimerekebisha mambo ya wizara na nimealign vizuri pale. KEMSA lazima tuifanyie kazi kubwa kuhakikisha kwamba ile kazi yote itaendelea pale. Tunatumia teknolojia kusort out ile challenges ya cartels. Unajua kuna mahospitali nyingi inaendeshwa kwa pesa za umma na hakuna kazi yote wanafanya, ukora mtupu yeah? So kazi ambayo nimefanya ni kwamba nimeambia Wakenya kwamba ndani ya miezi 6 kuanzia mwezi huu tutakuwa tumedigitize all government services. Tumeweka katika digitization ndio tuweze kufuatilia kama ni maneno ya payment ya NHIF, kama ni maneno ya malipo ya hospitali, kama ni maneno yale yote ambayo yanahusikana na mambo ya ardhi na mambo ya ushuru na mambo yale mengine yote. Utashangaa kuelewa ya kwamba 15% peke yake ya services yote ya serikali iko katika digital platform, na ndio unaona kuna fuja kila mahali. Imenibidi tubadilishe system ya kukusanya ushuru kwa sababu tunasanya 60% kwa mfano VAT, pesa ambazo ni tayari ni haki ya serikali kuichukua, lakini tunapata only 60% kwa sababu kuna fuja kila mahali. Saa hizi katika KRA tuna implement a new tax system, itakuwa tayari by 1st of February kwa sababu tunataka kuisukuma ile ushuru mpaka 95-99%, na tukifanya hivyo ndio tutahakikisha ya kwamba tunapata ushuru wa kutosha ya kudeliver services ya serikali.
Mheshimiwa Rais, katika serikali iliyotangulia ambayo wewe ulikuwa naibu rais, mlianzisha mpango wa kukodi vifaa vya matibabu katika serikali za kaunti, mradi ambao ulikuwa wa fedha nyingi. Kufikia sasa serikali za kaunti zinagharamika shilingi milioni 200 ambazo zinatwaliwa moja kwa moja kutoka hazina ya kifedha kwa sababu ya vifaa vile. Masikitiko ni kwamba vifaa vile viliwasilishwa katika serikali za kaunti wakati haziko tayari kutumia vifaa vile, hazina rasilimali, hazina wauguzi ama wataalamu wa kuzitumia. Tueleze kinagaubaga, maanake tunafahamu kwamba pia katika serikali hii fedha zile bado zinachukuliwa na hazina. Zinatumika kufanya nini? Maanake miaka 10 baadaye kuna serikali za kaunti ama kaunti ambazo mpaka sasa hivi vifaa vile havitumiki na hakuna wataalamu. Je, ingekuwa bora fedha hizo zingetumika katika kuelimisha hawa wataalamu waweze kutumwa katika zile serikali za kaunti?
Wacha nikueleze Nimrod ya kwamba ni kweli kiasi yale umesema, 10-15 ya makaunti walikuwa na matatizo ya matumizi ya zile vifaa, lakini asilimia karibu 80-85 ya counties mimi mwenyewe nilienda kuzilaunch, kama ni ICU, kama ni radiology, kama ni zile vifaa ya renal units ambazo tulitengeneza. Na mwaka huu niliita Council of Governors na nikawaambia hii mpango tunaisitisha mpaka nyinyi wenyewe muamue. Nataka kila county waamue ya kwamba wanahitaji hizi equipment ama wazihitaji. If they don't need them, kama serikali ya kitaifa hatuna haja ya kusukuma county ilipie gharama ya vifaa ambazo hawahitaji. Saa hizi Council of Governors wenyewe wamekuja kwa wizara wakaambia wizara in unison kwamba wanazihitaji hizo equipment. Imekuwa ikiwasaidia kukusanya pesa za county, imekuwa ikiwasaidia kudeliver services ya matibabu katika counties zao. The counties themselves, sio mimi. Na waziri amekuja kwangu juzi, kwa sababu nilimpatia waziri instructions. Nilimwambia hiyo program isiendelee mpaka counties wenyewe wakuandikie na barua ya kwamba tunataka iendelee. Tunaelewana? So hapo ndio tumefikia na tumekubaliana na counties. Any county yenye iko na matatizo, serikali sio supplier. Tuko na wale waliotupatia hizi vifaa na wako na contractors wao hapa Kenya. Kama x-ray haifanyi, yule mtu washirikiane na county watengeneze hiyo x-ray.
Pengine kwa kifupi tu Mheshimiwa Rais, uweze kufafanua huu mkataba kama ulikuwa udumu muda gani? Maana kuna wengi watahoji kwamba kulipa shilingi milioni 200 kwa miaka 10
unajua sasa
vifaa ambavyo
sasa ile mkataba ilikuwa ni miaka 8 nafikiri, I don't have the exact number, lakini hiyo muda imeisha. It was, one of them was expiring I think in September, the other one is expiring on 31st. It expired on 31st of this month. So that contract is over. Hiyo mkataba sasa imeisha. Ile tunafanya saa hizi ni extension, lakini hiyo extension ni county by county wenyewe kusema tunataka extension ya hii facility kwa sababu inatusaidia. Tunataka extension ya hii facility kwa sababu inatusaidia. Na tumekubaliana pia ya kwamba hiyo extension lazima ikuwe negotiated. Ya, lazima kuwe na makubaliano mapya. Pale kama ilikuwa inalipwa shilingi 100, to negotiate kwa sababu sasa equipment tuko nazo, ipunguzwe kama itakuja nusu ama itakuja kiwango ya chini kuliko nusu. Mimi nimesema counties, wizara na wale ambao tuliagiza hizo vifaa kutoka kwao waketi chini waamue na kila county sign off, ili wakati pesa zao zinakatwa ni wao wenyewe wameamua zikatwe. Na tutahakikisha ya kwamba katika hii program yetu ya universal health coverage tunawaleta counties ndani ya hiyo mpango, ndio delivery ya government services. Na nitakuwa na retreat kwanza na serikali ya kitaifa kesho na kesho kutwa na Saturday, kuhamasisha kila mtu waelewe ni vipi tutadeliver ile mpango wa Kenya walituchagua tuitimize. Alafu baadaye nitaita katika hiyo retreat pia tuko na sehemu ya karibu masaa 3 hivi ambayo tutaketi chini na leadership ya counties, the county leadership, wale chairman wa different sectors ya counties, tukubaliane mpango wetu itaendelea vipi sambamba na ile ya counties. Alafu baadaye mwezi huu nitaketi chini na county governors wote tukubaliane, kwa sababu serikali ya Kenya ni serikali moja. Tuko na serikali ya kitaifa na tuko na serikali ya makaunti, na kuna mahali lazima tuambatanishe mpango yetu na mpango yao, na pia watueleze mipango yao, tujue vile tunaweza kusaidia kama serikali ya kitaifa, kwa sababu makauntis wakifaulu taifa linafaulu.
Na Mheshimiwa Rais, tunapozungumzia swala la afya ni swala ambalo liko karibu sana na mwananchi, na ni wazi kwamba baadhi ya wafanyakazi wa kaunti na wakandarasi wanaumia, wanalalamikia kutolipwa, na baraza la magavana limejitokeza mara si moja kusema kwamba halijapata pesa kutoka kwa hazina ya kitaifa. Ni lini serikali yako itakuwa ikitoa pesa za kaunti mara moja ili serikali za kaunti zijipange vyema kulingana na bajeti zao?
Wiki iliyopita nilipata nafasi ya kuongea na kupata faraga na mwenyekiti wa mambo ya afya wa baraza la magavana, Mheshimiwa gavana wa Tharaka Nithi. Nikapata pia nafasi na kuongea na mwenyekiti wa mambo ya leba Mheshimiwa Sakaja, gavana wa Nairobi, na tumekubaliana, wameketi chini na serikali ya kitaifa, tumekubaliana vile ya kushughulikia yale matatizo counties wako nazo, especially mambo ya CBA, mambo ya ajira, mambo ya mishahara, ndio tusiwe na changamoto ya wafanyikazi wa counties wa mambo ya afya kwenda katika strike all the time. So tushakubaliana mpango. Yale mambo ambayo wametuitisha kama national government, nimekubali ya kwamba tutaifanya. Ile ambayo counties pia lazima wafanye, nimewaagiza ya kwamba wafanye. Ndio tumalize kabisa hii changamoto ya kuwa na matatizo ya wafanyikazi wanaofanya kazi katika sekta ya muhimu sana ya afya katika counties na pia katika maserikali yanayosimamiwa.
Mheshimiwa Rais, tuangazie
ama hospitali.
Mheshimiwa Rais, tuangazie swala lingine la marekebisho ya katiba, na katika hivi majuzi tu uliweza kupendekeza baadhi ya mapendekezo katika marekebisho ya katiba, ukazungumzia swala la afisi ya kiongozi wa upinzani, na tukikumbuka nyuma kidogo utakumbuka kwamba kulikuweko na hayo mapendekezo katika BBI. Itakuwaje tena?
BBI ilikuwa ni ukora mtupu. Hakukuwa na mapendekezo yoyote hapo. Unajua wale jamaa wa BBI waliweka ukora mwingi, alafu wakaweka sukari juu, you know, ya mambo sijui mambo ya kina mama hapo, sijui mambo ya nini. Yale mambo nimeyapendekeza ni kwa sababu wakati nimefika ofisini hapa, baadhi ya mambo mtangulizi wangu Mheshimiwa Uhuru aliwacha pale mezani ni pendekezo la mahakama ya juu kusema bunge ivunjwe kwa sababu haijafikisha 2/3. Unaelewana? That's what I found among the things I found on the desk. You know? Na sasa ni lazima kama kiongozi wa taifa lazima nifikirie tutaendesha hii jambo vipi. Na ndio nikasema kwa sababu mimi kama rais sina uwezo wa kubadilisha katiba vile rafiki yangu Uhuru Kenyatta alivyojaribu. Haiwezekani kwa rais kubadilisha katiba. Nikasema wacha niandikie bunge. Bunge iko na uwezo kupitia kwa parliamentary initiative kuanzisha marekebisho ya katiba. Jambo la kwanza. Na pia mimi niliwaahidi kina mama wa taifa letu la Kenya ya kwamba hii jambo la 2/3 gender rule mimi nataka kuitatua. Na nilitoa mapendekezo kwa bunge vile bunge inaweza kufikia hiyo lengo la 2/3 gender rule. Na kulingana na vile nimeona maoni ya wabunge wengi wanakubaliana na yale mimi nimesema kuhusu mambo ya 2/3 gender rule. Jambo la kwanza. Jambo la pili, jambo ambalo umeniuliza kuhusu ofisi ya kiongozi wa upinzani. Ya kwanza ujue, hiyo imekuwa msimamo wangu tangu pale mwanzo. Sio msimamo nimekuja nikaipata hapa ofisini. Imekuwa ni msimamo wangu, jambo la kwanza. Na jambo la pili, wale wote waelewe, mimi simtafutii mtu kazi. Nimeona kiongozi wa upinzani akisema yeye hataki hiyo kazi. Nani alikuwa anampatia kazi? Mimi sitafutii mtu yeyote kazi. Natafuta ofisi ya mambo ya kuhakikisha kwamba accountability ya serikali. Kama ningekuwa mtu selfish, mimi niko na haja gani na mtu ya kunipinga? Lakini mimi naelewa ya kwamba katika demokrasia hii power, watu kukorogwa na power ni rahisi. Kuna sababu ya kuwa na upinzani. Na ndio nikasema, na mimi naelewa kwa sababu vile vile mimi nilikuwa ni baadhi ya wale walioshughulika na kuunda katiba hii yetu ya Kenya. Na tulifikiria ya kwamba wale committee of experts wangeirekebisha, wangeifanya vizuri ndio nafasi ipatikane ya ofisi, sio mtu. Nikisema ofisi ya kiongozi wa upinzani, it is an institution, it is not a person, right? Mi natafuta accountability, ile uwajibikaji ndio mimi nashughulika nayo. Vile nimependekeza mimi mwenyewe kama rais ya kwamba hata mawaziri wangu nataka standing orders ya bunge ibadilishwe, na uzuri speakers wote wawili wamekubaliana na mimi ibadilishwe, ndio mawaziri wangu waweze kwenda bunge, wajibu maswali, bunge ihakikishe ya kwamba wanawajibika katika nafasi zao za waziri, ili tuwe na serikali ambayo inawajibika kwa manufaa ya Wakenya. So I'm not looking for a position for nobody. I am looking for an institution to boost our accountability. And that's the same reason ndio nasema ya kwamba hata pale bunge tubadilishe standing orders, ndio mawaziri waweze kwenda bunge wa prosecute mambo ya serikali, ndio wananchi waelewe kutoka waziri mwenyewe saa ile anaulizwa maswali, mpango ya serikali kuhusu mambo ya kilimo, unga, nini inafanyika namna gani, ajibu pale akiwa bunge. Sio lazima mpaka mungojee niite mkutano kama huu na wanahabari ndio nieleze.
Vyema kabisa.
It must be a continuous process.
Mheshimiwa Rais, tunashukuru sana kwa muda wako. Asante sana. Matangazo haya yataendelea tena kwa lugha ya Kiingereza mwendo wa saa 3 pale mtazamaji, manake saa hizi tumekamilisha ule mkumbo wa Kiswahili, lakini kuanzia mwendo wa saa 3 ungana nasi tena. Wanahabari wenzangu watakuwa hapa kwa lugha ya Kiingereza, watakuwa naendeleza mjadala ambao tumeuachia hapa kwa sababu huo ndio muda tulikuwa nao. Shukrani za dhati kwa kiongozi wa taifa.
Kwani bado iko tena maneno?
Iko maneno mheshimiwa, hatujamaliza. Hatujamaliza. Nitakusihi tu
tena saa 3.
Tutaanza tena saa 3. Tafadhali.
Haya basi nitakuwa hapa.
Asante kabisa kwa niaba ya wenzangu. Kwa niaba ya wenzangu wanahabari ambao tumeweza kufanikisha mpango huu, na vile vile wasimamizi wenzetu ambao wamesaidia sana kuhakikisha kwamba matangazo haya yanakufikia nyumbani. Mtazamaji mpendwa, usiende mbali. Kwenye muda usiokuwa mrefu wenzetu kwa lugha ya Kiingereza watachukua uskani, washike pale ambapo tumeachia, ili pia wewe upate angalau kupata mawili matatu kuhusiana na kile kinachoendelea katika serikali hii ambayo inaendeleza miradi mbalimbali ya serikali. Mimi naitwa Ali Manzu, tukutane tena kwenye muda usiokuwa mrefu, usiende mbali.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
You do your best out there. Let us do our best in here with the disinfecting power of Jake. Because Jake cleans and kills 99.9% of illness-causing germs and COVID-19 in your home. Jake, your family's guardian against germs and COVID-19.
The biggest names, the biggest games. The biggest winners, the biggest losers. The biggest headline makers, the biggest movers and shakers. In this special edition of the Football Review, we take a look back on 2022 and the teams, people and stories that shaped the year in football.
Make a sure decision with Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Apply now. SMS your name, course, grade and email address to 0725 818 644 or visit our website www.eldorettti.ac.ke.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust, and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
So, what are you cooking this Chrissy? Chrissy ni sikukuu na Ajab. Make the festive season amazing with top quality toxin safe Ajab flour.
Ajab, the flour that does more.
This Christmas, gift yourself, friends and family with phones, and even more phones, and power banks, speakers, and even earpods, all at reduced prices with our Safaricom Christmas sale. Get up to 36% off on selected items. Offers are available at Safaricom shops, dealers and masoko.com.
My father once told me, the future generations will remember us not by what we say, but by what we do.
Shosh and Gooks, here is my gift to you.
It's Christmas time. Woman are Optiven by buying any of our value-added properties today. For any deposit of 125,000 shillings towards any of Optiven's property, you get yourself a Christmas voucher worth 2,500 shillings.
He number 0790 300 300.
What's cooking this Chrissy? Must be the softness of those mandazis. Must be the supple bite of those kaimatis. Every day is the day to enjoy amazing meals made with Ajab. Feel that crunch of that crispy samosa. Tease your fam and friends with the ease of kneading your special chapati. So, what are you cooking this Chrissy? Chrissy ni sikukuu na Ajab. Make the festive season amazing with top quality toxin safe Ajab flour.
Ajab, the flour that does more.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
Weza na mikizi. Ni jarida la pwani. Takuwa mashallah. Kosa usengenywe.
Flow.
Now lean back, lean back, come on.
Hard to the easy, and to the
some love them. Woman, I'm jump on them, I'm rock them. Some love them.
For the best of the 2000s, you tune in every Saturday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. and Sunday from 8 p.m. to 12 midnight. Rhythm and flow.
Taking you back in the day.
Nation FM. You do your best out there. Let us do our best in here with the disinfecting power of Jake. Because Jake cleans and kills 99.9% of illness-causing germs and COVID-19 in your home. Jake, your family's guardian against germs and COVID-19.
How do you keep your toilets clean?
I use normal detergent and bleach for washing.
The detergent and bleach cleanless can leave behind yellowness, rust and germs. Harpic's 10 times better cleaning compared to regular detergents and bleach, and kills 99.9% illness-causing germs in your toilet, including the COVID-19 virus.
Junior. Kibera si mahali pa kulelea kijana. Ujui Kibera anavyoijua mimi.
Kama Ntona Big utachezaje bila Gwanda?
Wewe kia suggest ni peta tosha Gwanda. Tuko na KD. Tuna magwanda. Tulikuwa naomba joka unaweza tusponsor hivi vile tuko mtu tatu.
Hii ni area yangu. Sasa kama junior ni watoi bana.
These children are out of control.
Kishi na bunduki, unakufa na bunduki.
My name is Karanu Aweru, a resident of Nairobi, and I was privileged to be a part of those that attended the Man Cave that was organized by the NMG group. It was a great moment for men, and we learned a lot of things. I think as men there are issues that affect us, affect our masculinity, our manhood, And as men, we need to keep meeting and discussing about these things. Women do a better job at such things than the men do. So it was a lovely learning moment. Although the time was short, it wasn't possible to cover all the things that we would have wanted to cover. But then again, it is not the only session, there will be other sessions. And I hope as we go, this will be a forum where men can come and open up and talk about and address the issues that affect them. The next edition of the Man Cave will be in February 2023, and we hope as many men as possible can come, and we hope to see you there.
What I'm about to do, I'm sure nobody expected.
I want to give them an experience that they will never forget. Every performer has 40 hours of rehearsal booked.
With a band?
Mimi niko worried. Siwezi takekwe kama ile kitu kama Fire Festival.
Na kuna ngoma mpya zinakam before Soul Fest.
Hii Soul Fest lakini itahitaji faster changeover.
An artist's worst nightmare, it happened.
We're really in the business of selling emotions, it seems.
Hata sikujua kama kulikuwa na kitu kama hiyo ati kuna bo.
Wameanza kutupa mavitu sasa, hii ni scary mazee.
Finally everything is sorted out.
This is NTV.
A very good evening to you. You are watching a special edition of NTV Tonight, starting 30 minutes earlier, and that is because President William Ruto is addressing the nation. Now, the president is tonight making his maiden appearance in a media interview since his inauguration as head of state. President Ruto will be speaking to, among others, NTV's James Smart on a myriad of issues affecting the nation. He has just completed an interview with journalists in Kiswahili live from State House, Nairobi, where the cost of living was one matter that stood out. And we will certainly be bringing you that live interview with the president at around 9:15 p.m. tonight, where we will cross over to State House. In the meantime, though, we went out to ask Kenyans what they expect President William Ruto to address in his inaugural media interview. Here's what they had to say.
Leo natarajia president aongee kuhusu gharama ya maisha. Kama mnavyojua gharama ya maisha imeenda juu sana. Na huu mwaka ama kwa mkutano wake wa siku ya leo natarajia aongee mpango wake nao kushukisha gharama ya unga, mafuta, stima.
I would like our president to touch more issues about the current CBC and its reformations, and more so to touch more about the roads.
Ningemwomba rais wetu mpendwa, pesa ya wazee wa Kongo wote, tafadhali wacha kusifunga, wagusie pesa zao ili wasukuma kutumaisha ambayo Mungu amewabakisia.
Aongee kuhusu mambo ya chakula, sababu hata kama kunanyesha watu iko na njaa sana.
Hii bei ya fertilizer ikuwe chini kidogo.
Tungeweza pia aweze kustawisha karo ya shule iweze kuwekwa ya chini.
Kuna ile damu ya Itari damu ilikwama. Sasa tunaomba sana aifufue, na pia tunaomba sana aongelee mambo hata ya security.
So some Kenyans are wanting the issue of the CBC addressed in regard to matters education, others on infrastructure and more on the cost of living. So a reminder to stay with us right here on NTV as the President will be speaking to the nation as he fields questions from journalists from various media houses at around 9:15. Now, elsewhere, in a few hours' time, voters in the county of Elgeyo Marakwet will be going to the ballot to elect their next senator in a by-election occasioned by the appointment of Kipchumba Murkomen to the cabinet. NTV's senior reporter Duncan Hemba is in Elgeyo Marakwet to cover that for us. Duncan, is it all systems go for the mini poll over there?
Smriti, good evening. It's chilling, it's biting cold here, the senator for this particular county. We are talking about 6 candidates that will be seeking to get a nod from the 213,000 registered voters that are expected to troop to the 554 polling stations. Of course, not all of them expected. This is a by-election, and ordinarily the numbers are expected to be a bit low. And then the number of polling stations have come one down from 555 to 554 for the simple reason that in this particular exercise, the prison will not count as a polling station because those in prison only participate in presidential election. And therefore, the 6 candidates, 4 of them are party-sponsored, 2 of them are independent. So far, what we have been able to gather on the ground is that it is by and large shaping up to be a 2-horse race between the ruling party UDA's William Kipsang, who was the former member for Marakwet West. Then he will be battling it out with the team Kipchumba of the PPD party, that is the Party for Peace and Development, together with the Jerotich Sei of Safina Party. Why the 3? All of them were part of the 21 aspirants who are seeking UDA ticket in the nominations. Then there was a fallout that occasioned Team Kipchumba and Jerotich Sei to decamp from UDA and hop on to other parties to still have a second chance with William Kipsang of UDA. But by all standards, this could as well further narrow down to 2-horse race. In what some are saying that this is a rematch between William Kisang of UDA and Team Kipchumba. Remember that in the nomination, Kisang garnered 28,000 against Team Kipchumba's 26,766. Now, only 1,370 votes separated the two. The contest was disputed. That necessitated Team Kipchumba to cross over. But we also have Timothy Tanui on New Democrats Party, of course, now making it 4. And then we have 2 independents, one Mengich and another one Kemboi, who are still on the ballot. And therefore, tomorrow, that is what will be expected in the 554 polling station. This particular contest is a major test for the UDA party for the simple reason. In Bungoma, in as much as it was a friendly fire with against Ford Kenya and Azimio, but largely with Ford Kenya, UDA party lost to David Wakoli of Ford Kenya in Bungoma. Now, this is the home ground, largely seen as the stronghold for President William Ruto, and therefore they will be going all out for 2 simple reasons. One, it is the president's bedrock, and at the same time, Kipchumba Murkomen has been appointed into cabinet, as well as the PS for Treasury, Chris Kipto. And therefore, that informs why they've been heavy on the ground to rally support for their candidate, who is facing off a very stiff competition from Team Kipchumba. Now, coincidentally, William Kisang lost to an independent candidate in the August general election, the parliamentary seat for Marakwet West. That is an independent, Timothy Toroitich. Now he floored UDA's William Kisang in Marakwet West. This time round, again Kisang has clinched the UDA ticket, but again is facing another stiff challenge from Team Kipchumba. The narrative on the ground is that it is time for the youth. Looking at the other youthful leaders in this particular county, of course, the governor, Wesley Rotich. Now that one, we have Timothy Toroitich, Marakwet West. The women rep also won on an independent ticket against the UDA candidate. Therefore, there seems to be some sort of rebellion. That informs why the UDA party has deployed heavy artillery. Its heavy political guns are on the ground, led by the CS Kipchumba Murkomen. Talk of the governor, Wesley Rotich. Talk of majority leader in the Senate, Aaron Cheriot. Senators Jackson Mandag of Uasin Gishu, Samson Cherargei Nandi. A host of them, they've camped here from the weekend just to ensure that they do the final push, because it is reported that many have been actually trying to challenge. But we spoke to the county returning officer, Charles Mutai, who told us that two major challenges stand out tomorrow. One, the weather, and the insecurity. Remember that of the four constituencies, Marakwet East was the one that was affected by the Monday's bandit attack. Let us take a look at what he said.
All right, apologies for that. But that was NTV's Duncan Hayamba coming to us live from Iten in the county of Elgeyo Marakwet, bringing us up to speed on what to expect tomorrow as that by-election kicks off. And it will be interesting to see what the voter turnout is like. As Duncan mentioned, the concerns are the weather and also insecurity issues. But we'll be following that for you closely. Now, NTV's Ibrahim Karanja is in the county of Garissa, where the Garissa Township parliamentary seat fell vacant following the appointment of Aden Duale as Defence Cabinet Secretary. He now joins us live for a quick update. Ibrahim, good evening to you. What are things like where you are this evening?
Good evening to you, Smriti. Whereas the contest here in Garissa has shaped itself as a very interesting contest in that there are 6 candidates, but appears to be a 2-horse race. It is the margins that will define the winner tomorrow that we'll be looking at, because looking at what we saw in the August general election, especially during the election of Aden Duale, at that time, seemingly a very strong politician, he won with roughly 9,900 votes out of the total 50,000 votes, and defeating the person who came second, who had 5,900 votes. So a difference of about 4,000 votes for Aden Duale in August 2022. And this might repeat itself tomorrow, given, like I have said, it has painted itself as a 2-horse race between UDA's candidate and UDM's candidate. But before we speak, I want to speak to the constituency returning officer, Abdi Yunis, who waited with us for quite some time. And thank you very much for joining us on NTV. It was a beehive of activities a couple of hours ago here as you are dispatching election materials. Right now, it seems it's all clear. What's up?
Thank you so much. Yes, I'm Abdi Yunis, the return of Garissa Township. We were distributing the materials and releasing the poll officials to various police stations. We are through, and we have issued the materials successfully, and we hope tomorrow the polls will go as we have planned.
You hope the polls will go as planned? As planned, 103 polling stations. What are the logistical things that you have come across even as you prepare for these elections? And what is your projection in terms of voter turnout, given that not so many people usually come out during by-elections?
Well, in terms of logistics, we're okay. We have done everything. The turnout, as you're sure, the general election 2022 was not good. But we don't know. It depends on the mobilization done by the aspirants and also others.
Thank you very much, Abdi Yunis. Thank you very much for speaking to us on NTV. Well, Abdi Yunis, the constituency returning officer, speaking about tomorrow's exercise in a bid to replace Aden Duale, current Cabinet Secretary for Defense. I will quickly mention the 6 candidates. They include Muhyiddin Abdirashid Ahmed of the DAP Kenya Party, as well as Abdi Faisal Amin of Azimio la Umoja. There is also Diko Mohamed Barrow of UDA, and there is Nasir Mohamed Dolal of UDM, Abdul Khaim Osman Mohamed of the Democratic Party, as well as Ibrahim Malo Shurie of NAC Kenya, who will be seeking to replace Aden Duale. Remember, when you speak about Garissa, we are talking about negotiated democracy, clanism, which Aden Duale was said to have gone against in August 2022. Let's see how this one goes tomorrow, whether clanism will play out or the people will vote for a surprise candidate who might end up being the third member of parliament for this particular area. Third, because since 2013, this constituency has been known as Garissa Township constituency. But before that, it was Duji's constituency, only represented by Hussein Maalim Mohammed as the first member of parliament, then Aden Bare Duale as the second member of parliament, both of whom served 4 terms or were elected 4 times. And now this particular area will be looking for their third member of parliament. And it will be interesting to see who wins, because UDA, one of the leading parties, as well as UDM, are now all pledging their allegiance to the Kenya Kwanza side, as well as to President William Ruto. So, so to speak, a battle between Aden Duale, who will be seeking to have his replacement from UDA, as well as Mandera Senator Ali Roba, who will be seeking to expand his boundaries and have yet another member of parliament from Garissa County, and this time from Garissa Township constituency. Smriti.
All right, Ibrahim, thanks very much. It certainly will be interesting to watch, and we look forward to all the updates from you tomorrow. Ibrahim Karanja coming to us live there from Garissa. Now, voters in Kandara constituency in the county of Muranga will also be voting for their lawmaker following the appointment of immediate former Member of Parliament Alice Wahome to cabinet. NTV's Melita Oletenges is there for us. Melita, good to see you. What are things looking like ahead of tomorrow's contest?
Well, Smriti, it's seeming like it is going to be a very hotly contested election tomorrow, as we expect, of course, thousands of voters to actually turn up in large numbers in the 197 polling centers here in Kandara constituency. And as you've said, this particular seat fell vacant after the immediate former MP, Alice Wahome, was appointed to the cabinet as the minister or the cabinet secretary for water and irrigation. And we are looking at a contest that has attracted about 8 contestants, and I'm just going to read them out. This is Kibiru PMG, who's vying on a Usawa kwa Wote ticket, Samuel Kioni, who's vying on the New Democrats ticket, and also Titus Njao Mbushu, Ford Asili, Joseph Mbugu Mburu of the GFD party, Chege Njuguna of the UDA party. And Smriti, what we are looking at here is, of course, Chege Njuguna came in second after Alice Wahome in the August 9th elections, and Alice Wahome, of course, coming in first. But this time, we have seen Chege Njuguna vying on a UDA party ticket, of course, winning the nominations, and now he's the flag bearer. And in the last election, we actually saw Alice Wahome garnering about 39,009 votes from this particular constituency. And that time, Chege Njuguna coming in second with about 19,246 votes or thereabout. So you can see the difference there is about 19,000 votes, and we are expecting to see tomorrow how things will play out. But Chege Njuguna is facing stiff competition from Titus Njao Mbushu, who's vying on the Ford Asili ticket, and the voters here are saying that this is actually looking like it is going to be a close call for them, considering that when the UDA nominations were held here at the Kandara constituency, they had a margin of about 3,000 votes or thereabout. And also, Smitty, not forgetting that we have also independent candidates vying here as well. We have Pius Moirore Muturi, David Kamweti Njuguna, and Erastus Gatei Nyoike, who are also vying here in Kandara constituency that has this constituency has about 105,000 voters, 249, and of course we expect that tomorrow we'll be witnessing voters turning up in the polling stations across this particular constituency. Earlier on, we were at the constituency tallying center, where we also expect that the votes tomorrow will be tallied and announced. And earlier on, we spoke to the constituency returning officer, that is Lina Kilonzo, who told us that everything, all systems go here in Kandara constituency. And of course, also the county commander, Ali Nuno, who also spoke to journalists, saying that all stations will be manned by 2 police officers, just to ensure that the process elections goes on as planned, and also to ensure that there is no disruption. Also announcing that they have witnessed very peaceful campaigns throughout the campaigns, and now even as the voters are expected to vote tomorrow, they have urged them to maintain peace and calm and leave their stations, polling centers, after they have cast their vote. So Smriti, it is a wait and see just to see who will carry the day, and of course we'll be keeping our ears and eyes on the ground. But earlier on, as I said, we spoke to the constituency returning officer and the county commander, and this is what they had to say.
Tumejitayarisha vizuri kwa sababu material zote ziko hapa. Tuko na wale wanaenda polling stations, POs and DPOs wa kutosha. Tuko na police officers wa kutosha 394, that is 2 per polling station. Kwa hivyo kila kitu iko tayari. Wapiga kura wote wa Kadara ni 1,105,148.
Tuko na 394 officers in the 197 polling stations. So we have two armed officers per polling station. We have 20 at the talent center. And this time round, we have arranged in such a way that we'll have an officer in charge of every polling center. Where we have several polling stations in a school, there will be a member of inspectorate who will be there. And in each of the 6 wards within Kandara constituency, we'll have a gazetted officer who is an equivalent to an OSPD.
Well, Smriti, that is what they had to say earlier, but also you will remember that this particular Murang'a County, in the recent days, we've had a heated contest between the Usawa kwa Wote party leader, that is Mwangi Waria, who's hitting out on the Deputy President, William Ruto, saying that he is not right to actually lead the leaders from this particular region. And that is, of course, not met quite well by the leaders from the UDA party, who feel that UDA is reigning supreme in the region. Back to you in studio, Smriti.
Melita, thanks. Looking forward to your coverage of the by-elections there in Kandara for the position of Member of Parliament. Melita coming to us from the county of Murang'a. So make sure you stay with us. Tomorrow we'll be live from those 3 locations. Elsewhere now, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka has given his strongest indication yet that he will be on the ballot come 2027. Musyoka, who spoke to NTV's Zainab Ismail, is a co-principal in the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition and says he is a brand new man and that he is ready to serve his country. Here's a sneak peek of that interview, which will come your way tomorrow night, right here on NTV.
Or in more complicated Kiswahili, subra, yavuta heri. That's all I can say. My party leader, because they're entitled to their views. I'm not the kind of person who tells people, don't open your mouth. Let them speak.
But is that your position?
No, I'm saying we have not sat as a party. We are going to call a National Executive Council meeting. We will look at all those issues. We will develop a consensus. But what is obvious, in the event we are still around, God willing, and my party nominates me to run, I will run like I've never run before. Yes.
In an interview you did a little back in 2021 with my colleague, still on NTV, you said it would be unwise. And in your own words, you said it would be stupid to support Raila Odinga for a 3rd term.
Yes.
I mean, in hindsight, do you still believe that was the right decision?
The fool in me ended up supporting Raila for the 3rd time. But that fool is wiser now than he was then. All right? I am no fool. It took some painful introspection, Kenyans will remember, and I brought it out before I had to sit with my friend Raila and showed him in black and white what we had agreed in writing. So I brought it out of the chest. And from that time I said, I'm ready to support Raila. And it was therefore the right thing to do. And therefore, I'm no fool. I'll never be. I've been dragged through the mud so many times, given some bad names, but I'm still there and I love this country. I only wish Kenyans peace, but also justice. Please, Kenyans, pray for me so that I will not be accused forever of things I've never done. And now the chicken have come home to roost. All those naysayers, indecisive, cannot do ABC, watermelon, we see all those things. Those are behind us. They've gone with 2022. You're looking at a new Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka. Last year was a Buffalo Soldier. It will be more than that.
Thank you so much. Well, that interview with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka, hosted by Zainab Isma, will come your way tomorrow at 9 p.m. So make sure that you tune in. Now, a day after Interior CS Kithure Kindiki issued new directives that sought to restore calm in the lawless Kerio Valley, leaders and residents of Tiati constituency, that's in Baringo County, have condemned the New Year's Eve attack that left 2 girls dead and livestock stolen. Tiati MP William Kamket has said that marauding bandits in the region will face the full force of the law if they terrorize residents. Ruth Samwe has more on that.
As Interior Cabinet Secretary, Kithure Kindiki toured Elgeyo Marakwet following the death of 2 girls who were shot by bandits and over 70 head of cattle stolen and driven toward Tiati constituency. Security officials, together with Tiati leaders, called for a meeting to discuss measures to stem the vice. The discussions held at Kositie area sought to tame the rising tension that has been brought about by the migration of herders from the drought-stricken lands into the neighboring parts of Tiati constituency, sparking conflict over the little resources available. Speaking after another, the residents distanced themselves from the attack while condemning the intrusion.
Wale vijana wawili na ninafurahi majina yao tayari iko na polisi ambao walienda jana kuua watoto wa wenyewe kule Marakwet. Mimi nasema wazee vijana wenzao washikane wote, waende watafute wa vijana washika hao na wapeana hao katika serikali. Hiyo maneno ya kijinga ya kwenda kuua watoto wa wenyewe sisi hatukubali.
Sisi kama Wapokot kutoka Churo, Amaya, Tangulbei, Ginyang na kote huko tumekasifu hiyo kitendo ya juzi na hatuko ndani, tumesikizana. Ukiiba hata kuku ya wenyewe unajibebea mzigo yako.
Mpaka wameunda wanakamati wenye watashughulika na kupeana majina ama kuchapa hata wakiiba hata kama ni ng'ombe ya Mpokot mwenzao.
The leaders urged the residents from the other border regions to emulate the pace that has been witnessed among the Tugen and Pokot communities in Baringo North.
Nataka mu maintain hiyo spirit ya amani na mtu asiwe attracted kwa vita ya wenyewe. Serikali pande hiyo ya Marakwet na pande ya Kerio watatatua hiyo shida na hiyo shida itaisha.
The residents also want the government to flush out illegal guns in the area in order to stop conflicts over water and pasture from turning deadly.
Wangetoa tu bunduki, labda hao communities wangechunga tu na maybe hii wangekaa bila bunduki, labda kungekaa na amani.
Na ndio maana sisi tumefika hapa kuhakikisha kwamba tuongee na nyinyi, tujadiliane, tuelezane, tuelimishane kwamba tutaweka amani, kwa sababu tumekuja ugenini kwa malisho. Na kwa vile tumekuja kutafuta malisho, yale malisho tu ndio tumekuja kufuata hapa, tufate malisho na turudi kwetu nyumbani mvua zikirudi kwetu.
Ruth Sarmui, NTV.
Elsewhere, Mulot SIM swap fraud suspect David Mutai, alias Hilary Langat Matindwet, is set to be presented in Kiambu Court tomorrow for his bail application ruling. Kiambu Chief Magistrate Meresia Opondo ordered Mutai to be detained for 2 more days Tuesday to allow police to conclude investigations. Mutai was arrested last week in Kericho County on suspicion that he is the mastermind behind the Mulot SIM swap fraud. The case was then handed over to the Directorate of Criminal Investigations. He's being held at the Muthaiga police station. Now to some disturbing news, and a man has died by suicide after what's believed to be a disagreement between him and his mother. According to the family, the man was angry with his mother for failing to give him money to buy bang. Royce Wangoi reports.
News that a 26-year-old man had taken his life would spread fast in Kagio village, Kirinyaga County. According to police records, the young man hanged himself after a dispute with his mother.
Kuna uzuri sana, vijana wanaenda sana, na ukiangalia percentage mingi ni vijana wanaenda. Wanaingilia mambo za madawa, pombe ya rahisi, mtu anakunywa pombe anakosa sekunde. Tunahuzunika sana, tunaruhusu vijana wetu, wazee wetu wanaenda, tunabaki wajane.
His mother says the young man had demanded some money from her to purchase bang for his use, but she would have none of it. The son later proceeded to his room, and moments later, his mother discovered his lifeless body dangling from the roof of his room.
Hapa incidences mingi ya suicide iko shocking. Ni ya mshangao sana. Na wenye kumaliza kujinyonga ni vijana wadogo. Sijui nini nasumbua wao.
Elsewhere in the county of Uasin Gishu, a decomposing body of an identified male has been discovered at Simat village. The body was found tucked in a metallic box by passers who then called on the police.
Tulipoarifiwa kwamba kuna gari yenye ilikuja kwa hii area yetu along Kipkenyo Kaptinga Road, na tukaambiwa aliyekuja kuacha sanduku, na kuna mtu wa bodaboda alishuku hiyo sanduku kwa sababu alipoona akakimbia kuniambia. Chief akachukua hatua, akatuma askari alipofika akaona kweli ni kasanduku, na akachukua hatua akafungua, kuona ndani tukaona mwili ya mtu na ilikuwa imeoza kiasi, na hatukuweza kutambua ni mtu, hatukujua ni nani.
The police have since moved the body pending investigations. The body had injuries to the head, chest and back. The police are now urging family members who may have lost their loved ones to check with them, as they urge anybody with information regarding the discovered decomposing body to come forward. Lois Wangoi, NTV, Eldoret.
Right, from that difficult story to another, the death of livestock as a result of the ongoing drought has pushed many families to the brink. This comes as community leaders are now reporting cases of deaths by suicide and depression among the affected villagers. They're now urging the government to provide counselling services in addition to relief food to the affected families. NTV's Helen Aura has more.
This is the situation across parts of Kajiado County, where the ravages of drought continue to bite. These two cows are what is left of what used to be a herd of thousands. Sampelo Oladema is counting his losses after losing hundreds of his cattle to the drought.
Kasi ya ng'ombe. Hii kasi ya ng'ombe imeribika. Kuna chakula. Hii mtoto anaendelea shule. Kuna pesa. Ng'ombe yangu karibu 1,000 na kufa yote.
Despite the short rains experienced in most parts of the country, herders are still not out of the woods and they are forced to be dependent on relief food.
Kwa hivyo hakuna chochote kwa hii boma, watoto wana baba yao, hana chochote, hata unga wana, vile wanakula saa hii, tunakaa tu hivyo.
Survival for the cattle, the locals' main source of livelihood, now seems to be a far-fetched dream and most herders are dejected and hopeless.
Ile kazi kubwa tuko naye kama viongozi saa hii ama hata mimi mwenyewe ni kusunguka kuongea na wazee, sababu watu wengi wamekata tamaa na maisha. Wengine hata wanajinyonga. Wengine hata tunakuja tunachukua muda kila saa tunaongelea, tunamuongelesha, tunamwambia hii ni maisha, tutatafuta tu tena, sababu anaangalia hana mbele wala nyuma. Boma yake zinasambaratika, wengine walikuwa na bibi wawili ama watano, wanaanza kusambaratika kurudi makwao, sababu sasa tegemeo ilikuwa ni hizi ng'ombe.
The locals say that the ongoing sale of hay has negatively affected the animals, as hundreds of cattle have died after feeding on the hay within the last 6 months. Helen Aura, NTV.
Well, if you've just joined us, you are watching NTV, and this special broadcast started 30 minutes earlier tonight because we have been live from State House earlier this evening, and now we are going to be live once again. What you're seeing on your screen is President William Ruto greeting journalists from the media fraternity as he is about to answer questions from those journalists that represent various media houses. Issues that were discussed in the earlier interview focused mostly on the cost of living and the CBC as well. And in just a moment, we will be going live. And there is the president. NTV's James Smart is our reporter and anchor on the ground. All right, we'll cross over back to State House shortly when that conversation begins. The Ministry of Agriculture, meanwhile, has kicked off plans to register and collect crucial data of farmers in the country. The Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, that's Mithika Linturi, says the data will help the government to make better plans for distribution of subsidized fertilizer while also establishing the nation's food production capacity. Martin Mwangi with the details.
According to the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture, Mithika Linturi, the data collection exercise was necessitated by the challenges encountered during the first phase of the fertilizer subsidy program. However, it will not only be used in the fertilizer distribution process, but also in enhancing food security and mitigating the drought crisis.
It is out of this data we can be able to know which area can give us how many bags of maize, beans, rice, potatoes, whatever it is that we want, including meat, right? Because livestock appears to be forgotten.
The CS says without the data, it will be difficult for the ministry to know the specific needs of each farmer and what can be done to increase their production.
We cannot be able to increase productivity when we do not know which farmer requires what support. Whether it is seed, whether it is fertilizer, whether it's extension service, this information is critical.
The ministry will also work hand in hand with the Ministry of Interior and county government so as to make sure the farmers are well informed on the need for registration. However, the process will be done on voluntary basis.
However, it suffices to note that the process shall not be coercive or mandatory. Rather, it shall be voluntary and based on informed decisions by the farmers upon appreciating the reason for registration.
National Government Administration officers have been taken through a training program on the registration process and will also be required to train chiefs and assistant chiefs in their respective counties. They will also be required to give day-to-day updates on the registration process.
Girls at all levels will be required to submit daily county reports to my office on the status of registration as part of tracking, monitoring and reporting the progress of registration of farmers countrywide.
The government is confident that with the completion of the registration, the data gathered will be used in the right manner. Timelines for the registration will be communicated at a later date. Martin Mwangi, NTV.
So just a reminder to you, make sure you stay glued to your screens as President William Ruto will be fielding questions from journalists about the state of the nation. It is, in fact, his maiden appearance in a media interview since his inauguration as head of state. The president did speak to journalists in Kiswahili earlier this evening, and now he will be doing an interview in English. And there you can see the journalists seated and the president seated as well, and we'll cross over live once that begins. And still to a few other stories making headlines today, President William Ruto has been drawn into the escalating feud between his deputy Rigathi Gachagua and Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi as the matter now gets out of hand. According to multiple sources within the corridors of power, advisors and politicians with the president's ear have asked the head of state to immediately address the fallout that's now playing out in the public, with Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja being used as a pawn in the escalating political feud. NTV's Zakes Mwasame with more.
President William Ruto is expected to retreat this week with his cabinet, principal secretaries and advisors for 4 days to set the government's agenda as they now settle in to start the full term. The meeting coming on the backdrop of heightened expectations from Kenyans who want the Ruto administration to fulfill the promises he made on the campaign trail. But even as they retreat, there are some housekeeping issues that are derailing smooth operations in his government 100 days into office. One of the first items the president will be expected to address is a simmering political cold war between his deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, and his prime cabinet secretary, Musalia Mudavadi. The two have been flexing their muscles behind the scenes and smiling while on camera. The tough war pitting the two has drawn the attention of the president, who will come face to face with the duo over this weekend at the cabinet retreat in Nanyuki. According to multiple sources, the president is angered by the outbursts, now drawing in political leaders from regions where Rigathi Gachagua and Musalia Mudavadi come from. Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has been caught up in the middle of this ensuing drama.
Tuweke mambo ya election nyuma kidogo, kwa sababu hata tukiendelea na blame game hatutasaidia sasa. Mamlaka yamepewa na wananchi kwa wale wako kwa wadhifa mbalimbali.
Mnataka niendelee ama niwache? Si lazima tuseme ukweli. Tumekuta store hakuna kitu. Hata panya wametoroka. Hakuna kitu ya kukula. Sasa tukisema hiyo wanasema bwana nyinyi endeleeni kufanya kazi, msituambie vile mmekuta. Lazima tuseme.
This statement immediately provoked the Luhya nation amid his calls for Sakaja's impeachment from a section of political leaders from Mount Kenya.
Vita kati ya watu wawili isiwe converted iwe vita kati ya kabila mbili. Na mimi nataka kurudia, sisi na Wanamlebe, we are brothers and sisters.
On the mandate of counties, we are distinct. In as much as we are independent, but on matters governance, please give Sakaja an opportunity to serve the people of Nairobi. It is very important kwa sababu lazima tuheshimiane kama governments ambazo ni counties na pia national government. Kiongozi ya county government of Nairobi City ni ndugu yangu Sakaja, kijana shupavu sana, na yeye pia alipata kura kutoka sehemu zote. Kwa hivyo kama kuna shida katika Nairobi, Sakaja can only talk president to president, Ruto to Sakaja, not Ruto's assistant.
The sentiments have drawn political battle lines that on the face may be misconstrued to be a Rigathi Sakaja war, but political pundits are putting it differently. There has been a clash in the working now that some of the roles earmarked for Rigathi were handed over to Mudavadi in the executive order that created the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary.
Kwamba serikali hizi mbili ni distinct, ya kwamba ni levels ambazo ni tofauti kabisa na zitafanya kazi kwa mujibu ya kuelewana na kuheshimiana. Hiyo ndio katiba yetu, ya kwamba serikali kuu haiwezi kuanza kufokea serikali ya gatuzi na serikali ya gatuzi haiwezi anza kufokea serikali kuu. Basi kwangu mimi kidogo naibu wa rais aliteleza sana kuanza kumfokea gavana Nairobi kwenye umma. Kuna mechanism za hao kuketi na kuweza kuzungumza. Kwa hivyo kwangu mimi rais wa taifa la Kenya lile ambalo anaweza lifanya ni kuweza kualika gavana Sakaja na naibu wa rais ambaye ni Rigathi Gachagua, manake wote ni wa chama cha UDA, awakalishe chini azungumze nao kama baba, kwamba mambo ya faragani wasialete kwenye umma,
itaweza kuzua utata. Lakini mimi hapa
Mudavadi, for instance, went to Brazil to represent the president during the swearing in of the new president, while Gachagua was on holiday in South Africa. Zacchaeus Masame, NTV.
All right, you've been watching NTV Tonight with me, Smriti Vidyarthi. Flora Atieno has been our sign language interpreter. Do stay tuned to NTV, as after this quick break, we will be taking you live to State House as President William Ruto addresses questions from journalists. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
This Christmas, gift yourself, friends and family with phones, more phones, and even more phones, and power banks, speakers, and even earpods, all at reduced prices with our Safaricom Christmas sale. Get up to 36% off on selected items. Offers are available at Safaricom shops, dealers and masoko.com.
My father once told me, the future generations will remember us not by what we say, but by what we do.
Shows and gooks. Here is my gift to you.
It's Christmas time. Woman are Optiven by buying any of our value-added properties today. For any deposit of 125,000 shillings towards any of Optiven's property, you get yourself a Christmas voucher worth 2,500 shillings.
He number 0790 300 300.
His legs are huge. As for
fun new world of flavor. Fruity freshness in every sip.
Junior! Kibera si mahali pa kulelea kijana. Jui Kibera anavyoijua mimi.
Ni kama Ntona Big utachezaje bila Gwanda?
Bado nikiasi just nikatasha Gwanda. Tuko na KD, tuna magwanda, tulikuwa naomba joka unaweza tusponsor hivi vile tuko mtu tatu.
Hii ni area yangu. Sasa na junior. Ni watoi bana.
These children are out of control.
Kishi na bunduki, unakufa na bunduki.
To watch this televised conversation with His Excellency, the President of the Republic, William Ruto. This is a joint interview with different media houses steered by NTV, KBC, TV47, K24, and KTN, as well as Citizen TV. My name is Sam Kituku from Citizen TV.
And my name is Michelle Ngele Odhiambo from K24 TV.
My name is John Jacob Curia of KBC TV.
And I'm James Smart from NTV.
My name is Ken Mijungu from the Standard Group, KTN.
Happy New Year, Linda Alela, TV47 of Cape Media.
All right, and of course we have the President of the Republic, William Samoei Ruto. Good evening, and first of all, how are you doing this evening?
Good evening, good people, and thank you very much for introducing me. I would have introduced myself.
Go ahead.
And Happy New Year to you guys, and Happy New Year to the good people of the Republic of Kenya, wherever you are. It's my wish that we've all, by God's grace, crossed over the year, and we are all beginning this year 2023 together, and we are hopeful that this year is definitely going to be better than last. Mm-hmm. And maybe also to use this opportunity welcoming you guys here, and also to thank Kenyans across the country for, first and foremost, for voting for me and all the other leaders that were elected across the political divide in Kenya. Thank you very much. And secondly, for doing two very important things that sets a new record for us as a country. Voting on issues and driving our country away from ethnic politics. I think that was a big score for the people of Kenya. And secondly, carrying out our elections peacefully. I think that was a huge mark of maturity of our democracy. And I want to thank all the people of Kenya who voted in this election, who participated in one way or another. And I want to promise them that I will consistently work towards working with all the leaders that have been elected in all the categories to drive our country into the future.
Right, and Mr. President, we want to talk about some 5 key issues. First of all, the cost of living and the state of the economy. We'll also speak about education. We'll speak about governance and politics. We'll also speak about pre-election pledges. And also we'll speak about security, both locally and internationally. And we thank you for making time to have this conversation with us. Let's get started, because at this moment, we remember hearing you on the eve of the transition of the year between 2022 and 2023. And you spoke about a conversation the country will have in 3 months' time about the cost of electricity. We look at how much one has to pay. If you, for instance, you have a bill, you pay 4,000 shillings, and you get your units, about 152 units, you find that 30% is going to fuel energy charge. You also find that the token amount is only 47%, actually less than half the amount that you're paying. And also remember, recently there was a report, a task force by your predecessor that came out and saw that we're paying so much for the cost of energy. Even if you have this conversation in 3 months' time, what will change?
Cost of living, Sam, is a sum total of many things. It's not just energy, right? It's a combination of, in fact, the biggest contributor to the cost of living is the cost of food. Many households spend up to 52% of their monthly income on food. Therefore, if we seriously want to attack the cost of living jigsaw, we must deal with the cost of food. And it is the reason why cost of living was a big part of the conversation Kenyans had in this election. And all of us made commitments in many ways. I did. And it's the reason why, when I came into office, the very first thing, among the very first things I did, is to begin the journey to bring back the country to the trajectory of food production. I ordered immediately that we supply 1.5 million bags of fertilizer for the farmers in the short range category. I have progressed that. We now have the first 200,000 metric tons of fertilizer already landed in the country. We intend, as we have done, we've reduced the cost from about 6,000 to 3,500. I have also instructed that we work with even the land parcels we have within government, ADC, NYS, prisons, to make sure that we use them to produce farm inputs, including seeds, and making sure that we are self-sufficient. I have also worked out with the cabinet to ensure that, since we already have a gap that is obvious because of the kind of harvest we've had, the unreliability of rain, the high cost of inputs have contributed to where we are, you know. And for your information, Sam, here because we took 3 years not making the right decisions. We suspended the fertilizer subsidy program. We never intervened when farmers were asking for farm inputs. Today, I am promising the farmers of Kenya, just the same way we supplied the first 1.5 million acres, 1.5 million bags of fertilizer, we will supply 6 million bags of subsidized fertilizer to our farmers. We will make sure that they have the correct seed. We will ensure that they have the correct support. We are now working on mechanization. We have a program with Agricultural Finance Corporation to make sure that we increase the mechanization of our agriculture. We are currently at around 40%. We want to drive it to 80%. These are some of the interventions that fell through when we didn't get our trajectory right. But what I said, speaking to what you have said on cost of energy, there was an attempt, which was not well thought out, to try and introduce subsidies in that space, which failed miserably because we were spending 3 billion shillings every year to subsidize energy. There was no increase in consumption of electricity. There was no reduction of any products that were coming out of our factories. There was no increase of people who are getting employed because we had brought subsidy. It was just a waste. Nobody benefited. The consumers did not benefit. So it ended up just lining the bottom line of a few companies and a few people. So what I have insisted and what government of Kenya is going to do, we are going to support production of food. We are going to interrogate the cost of energy, right? We have 3-4 lines, which I have instructed, we're going to spend 1 billion shillings to sort out 3 lines of transmission, 3 transmission lines, so that we can retire the plant we have in Moroni that is producing energy at 52 US cents, which is, we are getting power from our hydros at 4 US cents. Can you compare between 4 US cents and 52? And it's because we have power in Takwel, which we are not using maximum because of a transmission line. We have other hydros that we are not using because of transmission line. So I have already instructed that we complete those transmission lines within the next 10 months so that we make sure that we bring down the cost of energy, because we will retire some of the thermal power that is causing this huge cost. Right.
So what do you do to the PPAs, the power purchase agreements and the independent power producers? Because according to the task force report, it was talking about the power cost for the financial year 2020, it was 87 billion shillings, which is 66% of the sales. They went ahead to say that, yes, the Kenyan was contributing about 72% of the power, but the resources that they were taking is about 48%. For the independent power producers, they are giving Kenya Power about 25% of power, but they're taking away about 47% of the payments. So how do you deal with that even as you go to the different transmission lines?
Precisely. First, the turbine we are retiring in Moroni belongs to government. It's a Kenyan turbine. So that we will have no conversation. We will just retire that. Then we will have to have a candid discussion with our thermal energy producers. And for your information, we need them. The problem is, for the last 5 years, we haven't generated much of power. We have 400 megawatts of capped geothermal energy, which I have instructed that we should move with speed to unlock that potential. Because much as we want to retire the thermal power, we have a challenge of the amount of supply of power during the peak hours. So we are juggling between making sure that we use what we have efficiently, we generate the much more efficient power sources so that we can begin the journey to retire the thermal ones. But this requires a consistent, approach and consistent follow-up. And that's what I intend to do.
All right. Your Excellency, going back to the cost of living, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics says inflation rate is now at 9.5, at least by November last year. When you come into office, the first thing you do is to remove subsidy on the likes of unga. The big question is, as you run the program on subsidizing the cost of production, is government saying it was unable to also run the program on subsidizing unga so much that you remove the pinch on Kenyans who are feeling the pain as they go to the supermarkets to buy unga?
John, Do you know how much those subsidies were costing us? It was costing us 16 billion shillings every year to subsidize fuel. It was costing us 3 billion shillings every did I say every year? Every month.
Every month.
It was costing us 8 billion shillings every month to subsidize unga. It was costing us 3 billion shillings to subsidize electricity. A total of 26 billion shillings every month. The decision to subsidize unga, fuel, and electricity was not an economic decision. It was a political decision. It was meant to placate Kenyans to vote in a certain way. Unfortunately, Kenyans did not buy it because they did not feel it. They looked for this unga of 100 shillings, they did not find. They waited for the price of things to come down, it did not come down, right? Because it was a political decision. So, did you, John, expect me seriously to be elected president? And I know what is right, to continue to do what is wrong. Because what would that do? In a year, we were going to spend 300 billion shillings on subsidy that benefits nobody. You know, it would have been the most reckless thing to do. But just to respond to your issue of inflation, yes. In October, the inflation went actually not 9.5, it went to 9.6, right? But because of the interventions we have made, inflation is now at 9.1. It's on its way down because we are making the right decisions. It will not be sorted out in a week or two or 1 month. You know, we got ourselves here because of 3 years of making the wrong decisions. But I am promising the country that within the next 1 year, we will have pulled the country from here. We will have set ourselves on the trajectory of making sure that we never again buy unga at 240, you know. Thankfully, we have put the brakes on the continued increase of prices of unga and all the other food products. At least unga now is averaging around 190 shillings from 230. The price of cooking oil has come down. So we are beginning to see the journey to sanity. And it is my intention, not just to promote the production we are doing at the moment, but also to make sure that the gap that exists between what the farmers are producing and before the next harvest is that we're going to import maize and some foodstuffs, about 10 million bags between the month of February and June, to make sure that we keep the tabs on the prices of basic food commodities not going up. We are also working full steam. And you saw me yesterday in Galana. Many people believe Galana was a wrong thing or it failed. Galana did not fail. It was made to fail, right? And I want to promise you, John and your team here and Kenyans, speaking to them directly, that we are going to make Galana work. And it's going to work beginning this February. We are going to plant maize in the first 10,000 acres. And we already have the mechanism to do it. In another 8 months, we are going to do the next 10,000 acres. And in the next 2 months, 3 months, I will be in Galana to launch the construction of the dam that will make it possible for us to do the next 300,000 acres. It is possible for us to produce 10 million bags from Galana to seal the gap that we are currently going to import, just by making sure that it works. And for your information, it is going to work. And just to show you that Galana Gulalu was sabotaged, go to the Ministry of Lands. The fellows who sabotaged it had actually subdivided it into little pieces of land.
Mr. President,
4 acres.
Just for clarity.
I don't know what, you know.
Just for clarity.
Let me ask you, do you know who was running the government of Kenya?
Yeah.
Yes.
The
So
former
why
president.
are you asking the obvious?
We don't know. You're the president. You should tell us.
And the
who
vice
served
president.
and you were the deputy president.
But you are Kenyans.
Yes.
You know, when I was shown the door and I was operating from the streets as deputy president, there were people who were running this administration.
So you said,
unfortunately, but for the good news for the people of Kenya, it will not happen. I have cancelled the parceling of that land. I have stopped it, and it will not happen because subdividing Galana into 2 acres, 3 acres is actually going to send people there who are going to require food relief to even live there. When we can actually, let me ask you, good people, Galana can feed 3-4 million Kenyans. Why do you want to go and settle 10,000 people? How will, even if you do maths upside down, how does 4 million people compare with 10,000?
Mr. President, this question obviously asks you, and you've consistently said the subsidies were there, to quote you, to line the pockets of a few people. I think it is bestowed on you and to Kenyans to draw a line and say, who are these few people? You said 300 billion a year, for instance, for the last 3 years. That's 900 billion. Is there responsibility?
So what are you saying? I didn't understand.
Is there responsibility? Are those people who you're blaming them, are they going to take responsibility?
The subsidies did not take 3 years. The subsidies were introduced. The Unga one was introduced for 1 month. It failed miserably.
So how much money did we lose?
Yeah, we didn't lose. We paid people 8 billion shillings, but I don't know. They are saying they supplied the maize, but nobody saw the 100 shilling maize, right? If you ask Kenya Power, they are supposed to have been paid 26 billion. I asked the MD of Kenya Power, so how much money were you paid? Apart from the money that Treasury gave, which is 4 billion shillings, and it was given in July. No other money was given to them. So what did Kenya Power do? It just went into debt, more debt. So you are financing a subsidy using debt. What kind of logic is that?
Mr. President, that is injustice, that is impunity, that is corruption. What then will your government do to make sure that they get to the bottom of this? Or do we just let it go?
Let me tell you, because nobody, like for example, the Unga subsidy. When I came into office, I said, we have to audit. You know, I think already 4 billion shillings had been paid. I said, before we pay the next 4 billion, we have to audit. So you're telling us you supplied this maize. Who to? Where was it supplied? You know, that's number one. Number two, when I asked Kenya Power whether they were paid this 26 billion, nobody paid them. So what did they do? They didn't charge the customers, so they went into more debt. That's why today I have to look for money to get Kenya Power out of the mess that was that they were put in by subsidies. So these are political decisions that are made for political expediency. You know, I am not here to make political decisions because we cannot get Kenya where we all want. We have to make some of the difficult decisions. Many people are wondering, why did I cancel the subsidies? It looks nice to talk about subsidies, but you know, you have to interrogate. Is it correct? It could be popular, but is it right? It is not right.
Mr. President, what do you tell a Kenyan who is watching you tonight, feeling the pinch of that pain, and knowing that there was subsidy before, and they cannot afford that unga now? What do you tell them? How long do they have to wait?
My good friend, even with the subsidy, how many Kenyans got the 100 shilling unga? How many? You know, nothing really changed for millions of Kenyans. So it is not correct for you to say they were having subsidy help them to get anything. Subsidy helped a few people. It never helped the consumer.
Right, but the cost of living,
the most important thing that has happened is that I have stopped the hemorrhage of public funds. Yeah? We are not going to go into more debt. And let me tell you, good people, the one thing that I had to do, which was the most important thing to do, is to put the brakes on the appetite for debt. And for your information, even what we had agreed, or what the former government had agreed with the World Bank, to borrow an extra 900 billion to cover the gap that existed in the budget. I have come, interrogated the 900 billion and said, please, good people, we are going to net off 300 billion. We are actually going to borrow 300 billion less because it is the right thing to do. We cannot continue to run our economy on the foundation of debt. We are going to bankrupt this country.
What happens to the deficit?
And that is why I have, you will see in the supplementary budget, we have cut down by 300 billion, the borrowing. And what have I done? I have started the trajectory to build our own revenue. You know, 3 things. Everybody is going to pay debt. It's going to pay tax, right? Starting with William Ruto. Everybody is going to pay tax. There will be no waiver for nobody, right? You saw people waiving, you know, the taxes for their businesses, you know. You buy this bank, you sell that bank, you waive taxes. You know, it's not going to happen under my administration. Everybody's going to pay debt. And number 3.
Who did that, for the record?
You know, number 3, you go find out. Number 3, we are installing a new tax system. Because at the moment, we've been collecting 60% of VAT, for example. Collectible VAT. Almost 40% we are not collecting because it goes here, it pilferages there, it goes this way. The system we are now installing is going to drive the collection of VAT to between 90 and 97%.
A follow-up on that, Mr.
That way,
President,
we should be able to collect an extra 200 to 300 billion. In fact, the target I have given to KRA is that by June this year, we should be able to collect an extra 500 billion by June this year.
How is that going to happen, Mr. President? Because when it comes to increasing the tax base and cutting spending on borrowing, then the country's business environment must be different. Something must change in the country's business environment. What are the administration's plans to improve the ease of doing business, which essentially will see a broadening of the country's tax base?
Precisely, that's what I'm telling you, my good sister Linda. I am telling you, Michelle, sorry, Michelle. That's why I'm telling you, everybody first must pay tax. Yeah, let's begin there. This is not the animal farm, where some animals are more equal than others. This is Kenya. We are all equal. Everybody pays their portion of the tax. And number 2, we are going to make sure that more people come into the space where they work with government to pay tax. What am I doing about it? As you just said, we are going to digitize all government services in the next 6 months. Yeah, e-citizen, which we had started in, we had started, ran into headwinds, and nobody wanted to sort it out. I came in, I called the e-citizen guys. We have sorted out the e-citizen shenanigans, and in the next 6 months, every government service will be available online, digitally. And with it, every government service where tax is payable is going to be collectible online. I am not going to wait for anybody to say, okay, I will file a return at the end of the month. There will be nothing like that. We will be paying tax as we spend our money, or as we do our business. That way, I can be able to broaden the tax base. I can be able to seal the leakages in the whole system, and watch this space. I intend to collect an extra 1 trillion shillings in the next 24 months, and double our current collection by 2027, to make sure that we begin to drive the country from the cliff of debt back to sanity. And that's how we're going to take this forward.
Mr. President, now that you have engaged us on public debt, I have two questions. The first question is, out of our collection currently, about 65% goes to the payment of debt. Now the dollar, when the shilling falls, that also increases our debt by about 30 billion shillings. What is your plan to ensure you get us out of this public debt crisis?
One bullet. We collect every collectible revenue in Kenya, and everybody pays their piece, right? How will we sort this out? I have told you, I have given you because there is no miracle required. There is no magic required. It's just basic numbers. And it's not even difficult numbers of algorithm and what have you. It's just plus and minus, right? We are collecting 2 trillion. We are spending 1.4 trillion to pay debt. We're remaining with how much? 600 million, right? Our salaries alone is 700 billion Kenyan shillings. So we have to borrow money to give to the counties. We have to borrow money to do operation and maintenance. We have to borrow. It cannot work like that, my friend. So what do we have to do?
Yes.
We need to make our numbers add up. So first thing, we drive our revenue, to make sure that and cut down on our spending. So I am doing two things. I am cutting down on our spending. It was projected that our deficit would be 6 point something. I have forced it to come to 5.8. Next year, my projection with my team is that we want to bring the fiscal deficit to 4.4% so that we progressively reduce debt, progressively push our own resources and use our own resources to run our own our development. Because if we continue in this trajectory, Ken, if we continued in this trajectory of borrowing money left, right, and center, we will drive the country into bankruptcy.
Your country, Mr. President, is classified by IMF as a high-risk, debt-distressed country, together with the countries like Ghana, Malawi, Zambia, and the rest. Now, I'll give you an example of just two countries. The GDP per capita for Ghana is $2,445.29 US. For Kenya, it's a little lower with about 400, which is about 2,006 US. Now, my question is, Ghana has defaulted. Do you see your country, Kenya, defaulting? And if your country, I'll just give a context, if your country, Kenya, defaults, what will we do? Increasingly, your government has been seen to be facing the West more than the East. You'll have to go renegotiate with China. Now, if this happens, what is your plan? Because Ghana has defaulted. We are categorized with Ghana in the same frame.
First, Ken, you're telling me your country. So which is your country? I thought it was our country.
You're in charge.
I'm in charge, but it's our country. It is our country.
Yes.
So this country of ours, which you and me have equal stakes, right? We only have different jobs. Will not default. That one I want to give you my assurance. We are not in that position that we are going to default as a country. We will not. And the people of Kenya can be assured that our country will not default on our obligations. That is number one. And the reason why we will not default is because we have already applied brakes on any more borrowing. Our borrowing is going to be limited to only what we must borrow, right? Number two is because we are beginning the journey to grow our own savings and to grow our own revenues. By making sure that we have a plan on how to expand our tax base, by making sure that we digitize all government services and bring everybody into the net who is supposed to pay, making sure that the tax system is also friendly, making sure that our plan on saving is accelerated, as you have seen. Even on the Hustler Fund alone, we've already saved in 1 month 600 million Kenyan shillings. Once we scale up, you will see the kind of saving that we're going to do. Once we are finished with NSSF and all the other savings, and we are getting more Kenyans to do business, we will be in a position to expand our tax base. Okay. Apart from the personal loans we are giving on Hustler Fund, we will now scale it up to the loans to the SACCOs, to the chamas, to the other categories, and make sure that more people are engaged in enterprise. Okay. And to ensure that we expand our tax base, we grow our revenues, and we finance our development not by debt, not by borrowing, but by making sure that we use our own resources. And finally, on the issue of facing west, east, south, you know, we have the option of choosing friends. This is not this versus that, you know. The more friends you have, it's like you have more assets. The more enemies you have, it's like you have more liabilities, you know. Who tells you we cannot be friends with China and be friends with America? Why? China and America are doing business. Who are we not to do business with everybody? You know? So you should be able to separate politics, you know, disagreements, you know, political positions with interests. We have interests as a nation. And if our interest leads us to work with China, we work with China. If our interests dictate that we must work with the West, we work with the West. You know, it is a mutually beneficial relationship. Okay. I am very happy that we have a good relationship with the East. I am also very happy that we are now developing a good relationship with the West.
Mr. President, would you look at that camera and admit to Kenyans that SGR was a haste? Mombasa, Nairobi was a haste.
What do you mean was a haste?
Obviously, it's been now documented that it was a huge theft of public funds, funding that SGR.
No, I cannot, you know, I cannot say what is not absolutely factual, you know. We developed the SGR. The only problem that SGR ran into is it ran into capture by a few people, so that it was not allowed to do what it was supposed to do, right? So we are, and by the way, it is in my plan to make sure that SGR pays for itself, because it is possible.
Mr. President, you mentioned something, because you're now focusing on the pre-election pledges that you've been implementing, and you started with the Hustler Fund, and I listened to you in the Swahili episode, and you spoke about some 20 billion shillings has been borrowed so far. The figures we have from the ministry so far, as of today, are 12.8 billion shillings. I don't know how you account for that difference, but also secondly, we know that the regulations that were prepared by the National Treasury and approved by Parliament say that, yes, money shall be appropriated by the House, but also there shall be a board to manage it. There shall be a secretariat to manage it. Who is managing the Hustlers Fund today?
On the figures, I have so many figures, you know, by virtue of my position. I deal with quite a host of figures. You are correct that the amount that we have lent is not 21 billion. It is 12.9 billion as of this evening, right? I went and checked the numbers because my minister actually sent me a text and said, this is the 21 I mentioned were the number of transactions. It's actually 21 million transactions that have taken place. All the other numbers are right that I mentioned. So there is no discrepancy between my numbers and the others. Let's leave that there. Your other question was on who is managing the Hustler Fund. I decided that we are going to use the benefit of technology to run this fund. And that is why this fund is successful. If we had gone the route of forming a committee in every village, and a committee in every constituency, and another committee in every... First, we would not even have formed the committees. Forget about disburse the money, right? I mean, technology works, my friend.
Which is true.
So what we have done is we have engineered. We already have the K-Nest, which is approved by the RBA to manage the component of savings, you know, which is already in place. We have a board, yeah, that originally was part of K-Nest, which is now the board we are adopting to run the Hustler Fund. And the Secretariat is actually a consortium that we established between the government and our national mobile operators.
But Mr.
And
President,
we have a complete Secretariat, including even a call center that makes sure that citizens can...
And that is good, Mr. President. Allow me to interject you. But regulations of your own government say that a board shall be constituted. In fact, the board chair is to be appointed by you, the President.
Yes.
The Secretariat shall be appointed. The administrator will be appointed by that board. Now, you're using the board of K-Nest. How do you explain that difference?
K-Nest, actually, the Hustler Fund is a product of K-Nest. You know, that's how we developed it, you know. And you see, Sam, while I agree with you that processes are very good, and we should do processes, but I think results are better. You know, is the Hustler Fund working? Have we disbursed money? Are real Kenyans today beneficiaries? Is that agenda moving forward? The processes are important. The results are also much more important. My submission to the people of Kenya is that for the first time, we have a product that doesn't require layers and layers and layers of bureaucracy, but a product that is working. The fact that a Kenyan somewhere, you know, he doesn't know William Ruto. He may not even know his MCA. He may not even be known by the Mzee wa Mitaa. But on his phone, somehow, he has gotten a government service and he has received 2,000 shillings and he is running his show. I think that's the best news ever.
Mr. President, shouldn't that be the bold reason? Hustler Fund is such a far-reaching economic revolution, using your words. Shouldn't that be the bold reason why it should be anchored in law, institutionalized properly, so that it's not, as you say, a William Ruto product?
Let me tell you, my good brother, Mr. Smart. Hustler Fund is anchored in law. Yeah? As I answered earlier, all the resources that are being used in Hustler Fund are public resources. We went through the public participation processes, we went through Parliament, we have established it, we went all the way to getting the license from the RBA to ensure that we are in compliance with the law and to make sure that every requirement of law has been satisfied before we apply public resources. And I want to give you my assurance that the success of the Hustler Fund is the benefit we gain from digitization and technology. I was very impressed when our mobile operators were so patriotic that they were willing to be part of this product, even if it, to some extent, undermined some of their own products. But they saw the national good. They say, yes, we are making money here. But if we can have a government-sponsored program that reduces the interest rate from 300% to 8%, from 1% per day to 0.02% per day, let us support this program.
But how inclusive is the program, Mr. President, with the digitization and technology? We're speaking of more than 40 million Kenyans. In the first week of the Hustler Fund, more than 50% of those who borrowed were from Nairobi County. How inclusive nationally is the Hustler Fund?
For your information, your statistics are not right. You should look at the current spread of Hustler Fund. It is national. In fact, every county, the variation is actually it is only on population. The larger the population of a county, the more the people who are borrowed. The smaller the population of a county, it is just commensurate. And again, for your information, even though you may think that maybe there are some people, because of technology, they cannot be reached, Michelle, you will be very surprised because you can access Hustler Fund even on Mulika Mwizi, you know? So long as you have a Mulika Mwizi, you are in business. And you don't have to know nobody. You don't have to know anybody. Even your neighbor is not important. But they are only, the committee, as I said, the committee is 3 people, is 3. Yourself, your phone, and technology. Finish.
In case, because technology fails, Mr. President, in case Hustler Fund 2 years to come fails and there's something that goes wrong, who takes responsibility?
William Ruto takes responsibility.
Okay. Beyond that, Mr. President.
Before we take a break, because the Kenyans
stops,
watching it
the
tonight.
buck stops with me.
Okay.
Pesa ya wazee, Mr. President, in 1 minute, because there are people who are asking, pesa ya wazee iko wapi?
Pesa ya wazee is on. You know, contrary to stories being peddled around, you know, the challenges that we have faced with pesa ya wazee, the challenges we have faced with all the things that we are doing is because we do not have adequate public resources. You know, the roads stalled 1.5 years ago because there was no money to pay for them. You know, we must just appreciate that our economy was not doing well, and somebody needed to come and bring back our economy. And that is exactly what I am doing. And I want to promise the people of Kenya, I will sort out this economy and make sure that it serves us for now and for the future.
We need to take a short break, but the Kenyans were asking that as you're taking a break from the Swahili episode, you are not wearing a ring. Now you have one.
Sam, you are the only person who is also wearing a ring here. This one, it has no ring. This one has no...
Unfortunately, information is...
So anyway, you know, I saw that, you know, in a hurry to come here, you know, these characters, I was having some meetings in the office, and then they came and told me, go dress up, you know. So in the process of all that, I forgot my ring. And it's very interesting that it became a subject of discussion. I thought we were having a very serious conversation here about it. But anyway, let me tell you the story of the ring now that you have asked.
Yes.
You know, when Rachel and I got married, we went to that fellow called Nagin Patni, I think it's there up on River Road. So we bought rings there. So it was then 700 shillings. So of course it got tired along the way. So ikavunjika. So Rachel is the one who took so long to go and get a replacement. So when she got a replacement,
a replacement for you?
Yeah, of course, because she's there.
Well, I thought it's men who buy the ring. But anyway, we're taking a short break here. We're speaking to President William Ruto on this day, the very first conversation since he became president. We'll be back shortly with more topics.
My father once told me, the future generations will remember us not by what we say, but by what we do.
Shosh and Gooks, here is my gift to you.
It's Christmas time. Woman are Optiven by buying any of our value-added properties today. For any deposit of 125,000 shillings towards any of Optiven's property, you get yourself a Christmas voucher worth 2,500 shillings.
He number 0790 300 300.
The biggest names, the biggest games. The biggest winners, the biggest losers. The biggest headline makers, the biggest movers and shakers. In this special edition of the Football Review, we take a look back on 2022 and the teams, people and stories that shaped the year in football.
Make a sure decision with Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Apply now. SMS your name, course, grade and email address to 0725 818 644 or visit our website www.eldorettti.ac.ke.
Did you know you pay for more water when you buy regular softener instead of Downy concentrate? Downy is more concentrated, so just 1 liter can freshen and soften as many clothes as 2.5 liters regular softener. Don't pay for more water, pay for all-day freshness.
Tony and I have a little announcement to make. We are all going on a destination wedding. Is it Hawaii? It's exactly the opposite. We want to get married at the Ice Hotel.
Oh my God! It's like something out of a fairy tale.
Welcome to the Ice Hotel.
I think I just set Jenny up with the man of her dreams.
And who's that?
Oh, just your best man.
I'm Craig. This is my daughter, Sarah.
You're the best man.
I think he's got to bring in a +1.
Who's the +1? Oh my God. Where'd she come from?
I know that this is an ice hotel. I guess I wasn't expecting it to be so cold.
I don't think she's enjoying this winter weather as much as she thought she would be.
Oh! It's not for everybody. I don't want to be a complication for you or for Sarah.
I wish I might. Everyone deserves to be loved and find that special someone.
Have this wish I wish tonight.
What did you wish for?
Oh, I can't tell you that. Then my dreams won't come true.
Access to and the use of mobile phones in the sub-Saharan Africa has increased over the past decade. Mobile telephony has brought opportunities on the continent. A GSMA 2020 report projects that over 50% of the population in Africa will have access to mobile phones by 2025. However, limited digital skills and assistive technologies for the illiterate population and people with special needs is a major barrier. I am in Abidjan, the capital of Cote d'Ivoire, to find out how a smartphone innovation is working to bridge this gap.
We have to look inward. If the entire world is going crazy because there's no particular raw material and we have it in abundance, why are we not creating it and then sending those finished products to the world instead of sending our raw materials to the world?
The biggest names, the biggest games. The biggest winners, the biggest losers. The biggest headline makers, the biggest movers and shakers. In this special edition of the Football Review, we take a look back on 2022 and the teams, people and stories that shaped the year in football.
The Nation e-paper has an exciting new platform that is easy to navigate, gives a premium reading experience, you have access to past editions, and so much more. Scan the QR for a free edition today. Enjoy the truth, anywhere, anytime.
Summertime is here, you know it's a holiday. School is closed, but feel the vibes.
And flow.
Now lean back, lean back, lean back, lean back, come on.
Hard to the easy, and to the...
Watching a conversation with His Excellency William Ruto, the President of the Republic, here with different colleagues from different media houses. And Mr. President, thank you for staying with us. You didn't leave us. It's a good thing for a host. But let's talk about a very important conversation, that is education. On 23rd of January, Kenyans are supposed to take back their children, those who are parents, back to school. What do you think? Because junior secondary, grade 7, reports back to their primary schools. When you're thinking about this, what do you envision will be the sort of conversation and activities in that school where you have now primary schools, kids or children between grade 1 and 6, you have a junior secondary learner, you also have a standard 8 learner, yet the teachers, yes, there's a process to employ, but so far no one is ready to teach that grade 7 as of now.
First, let me give you the background. As I said earlier, education is one of the most precious things that any nation, anywhere places a premium on. And it is especially for Kenya, because the biggest resource that we have as a country is our human capital. Today, our human capital earns us more money than all the other tea, coffee, our remittances from Kenyans who work 400 billion plus every year. So it tells you the importance of our human capital, number one. Number two, as you've said correctly, every parent, myself included, you think about the education of your child. And therefore, it's a very emotional, it's a very important issue. So the change, the transition to CBC, from where I sit, is a correct transition. There could have been some missteps. Maybe it was, maybe we should have taken an extra 1 or 2 years to make sure that we get the teachers on board, we get all the other facilities on board. But that's now water under the bridge. That's why it was also a conversation in this election. And I took the decision that for us to get professional advice, let us put together a presidential working party of educationists and other stakeholders. And they have done a good job. They've talked to teachers, they've talked to parents, they've talked to other stakeholders, people who run schools and everybody else, and it was unanimous. 86% of 20,000 people that were engaged said they wanted the junior secondary to be near the parents, because many of these children are still young. Their parents need to look after them, to make sure that they are fine. And also, it reduces on the cost of education. If you have to take your child to a secondary school, far away, maybe in a boarding school, it costs more. So I think the unanimous decision was made, and I believe that that is the correct decision. We also agreed that that transition is going to happen for all our children, that are in grade 6. They will all transit to, because we still insist on the 100% transition. They will move to junior secondary. And as government, we took the decision that we are going to hire an extra 30,000 teachers, the largest ever, to make sure that that transition is not only smooth. And next year, we're going to hire another 30,000 teachers, just because of budgetary reasons, to make sure that our education is seamless. That presidential working party, I also tasked them, not just to look at CBC, but to look at our TVET institutions, to look at our university institutions, the whole education sector, because that is the sector that makes Kenya what it is, right? So apart from the transition and the CBC, also the TVET program, which has been my pet project, and I pushed it ever since I was Minister for Higher Education, slowed down the last 4 years because of politics, But now, we're going to hire another 2,000 tutors this January to make sure that we are up to date with the skills and competencies that are being taught in our TVET institutions, especially those focusing on engineering, because that's the direction we are going.
All right, before we get to TVET, Mr. President, let me take you back to the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform. They are recommending that grade 7, 8, and 9 be domiciled within the primary school setup. Now, you mentioned that the Teachers Service Commission has advertised 30,000 positions. And these include interns and those permanent and pensionable as well. But does this address the gap? Because this would mean then that we need more teachers to address the transition within primary school than we may need to address the transition to secondary schools. Do these 30,000 teachers fit to address this transition to both primary and secondary school?
Absolutely. In fact, the Teacher Service Commission are the professionals. We give them the latitude to decide how many of the teachers will help in the transition to junior secondary, how many of the teachers will assist in the continuing secondary education, and how many of them will go to primary. So that is the decision of professionals, and it is the expertise that we have in the Teacher Service Commission is able to tell us where the numbers are. Of course, we could do with a lot more teachers, and that is why I'm saying phase one, we're going to hire 30,000. Next year, we're going to hire 30,000, and progressively, as we committed ourselves in our manifesto, by year 5, we will have hired 110,000 additional teachers.
A very important
to
transition.
make sure that that whole transition metrics goes on.
Mr. President, a very important transition bit for the Class 7. And of course, the report on ground is that then the government will be hiring teachers, like one teacher for every Class 7 class. Of course, this is a big transition. How then will they manage 14 subjects for these very students, understanding very well that we're taking specialization angle?
Of course, you know, the resources will be shared, you know, between the secondary schools that exist at the moment. We are also going to work with, we have teachers who have already graduated to degree level who are teaching in the primary. We are going to identify those teachers to come and support the junior secondary transition. So we have sat down for long hours with TSC. They have mapped out how many teachers are diploma teachers who are teaching in primary, how many are graduate teachers who are teaching in primary, who can now support the junior secondary, how many can we transition this way, that way, and what can we do to make sure that we leverage on the employment that's going to happen next year. So all that is mapped out because it is important for us to provide a transition for all our children and ground our education properly. And as I speak to that point, allow me just to speak about our university education. Part of what we have informed the Presidential Working Party on Education Reform is to make sure that they give us the correct recommendation, because our position is that we should be able to create a merger between the TVET funding board, the university funding board, the higher education loans board, because all these boards are putting students in this university, they are putting students in that college. This one is organizing bursary, and nobody is talking to nobody. We need a system that ensures that we are taking so many students to college X. That's why we are giving them so much money, and that's why we are allocating them so much bursary, so that our education system is grounded on sound economics. As we talk now, most of our universities are bankrupt. Egerton University, one of our universities, the CEO has been taken to court, is almost in jail. You know, and the reason is we are giving between 52 and 55% of the requirements of our universities. It is time we sat down and assigned all our universities the students that we have the capacity to fund and to give bursary.
All right, still on junior.
Otherwise, if we continue this way, we are going to lower the education of our universities, and it's going to affect our human capital development, and that we don't want to do.
Still on junior secondary, Mr. President, what should parents expect in supporting their students in junior secondary? As we speak right now, we have parents across the country who are in limbo because their schools their children are in do not have facilities, adequate facilities for them to transition to grade 7. Now, these parents will be staring at perhaps transferring their children to different schools, which again is a cost they did not anticipate. How will the government work about this to ensure that every child remains in school?
Michelle, I don't think any parent will be advised to transfer their children to any other school. Because number one, we do not have a shortage of classrooms. Yeah? We have, in every primary school, we have an extra classroom for grade 7 to go to. That's number one. We are sorting out the teachers. We are sorting out the curriculum. That's all in place. The only thing that is going to be pending, and we intend to have a conversation with our members of parliament, is to build for them within 1 year a laboratory. Yeah? In fact, it is possible to convert some of the extra classrooms that were already built into laboratories. And it is possible for schools that share the same compound with the secondary schools for the grade 7 to carry out their laboratory work in the secondary school. So we have all manner of permutations to make sure that we sort out this transition. I am not saying it is going to be, I'm not saying it's an easy thing, but I want to promise you it's doable. You know, we have all hands on deck. You know, everybody is working seamlessly, and I want to thank also our members of parliament. They are very keen to support this transition with their allocation of CDF.
Mr. President, as you transition to the next topic, on that education matter, you're talking about bringing together the University Fund, TVET Fund, and HELB. According to the current budget, the University Fund has been allocated 91.2 billion shillings, or rather, University Education, sorry. HELB, 15.8 billion shillings, TVET capitation, 5.2 billion shillings. And I'm just wondering, even if you put the body that is financing students together with the body that is financing these institutions, at the end of the day, it's a question of resources. So how does that resolve if your government cannot allocate revenue?
Already, we are pushing the resources that are available for Higher Education Loans Board, you know, to 21 billion. Yeah, that will be reflected shortly. We are also working with the investor, and that's why I made it a subject of the Presidential Working Party, because we need some candid talk and firm decisions on how many students should we admit, yeah? How many students can we fund? And how much money can the bursary we have, how many students can the bursary we have support? You know, so that we don't send students to a college or a university and there is no commensurate financing to support their education. You know, it is just basic logic. So this is the conversation that we need to have. And in my opinion, it should be possible as you place a student, you must also know, is there funding for the education of that child? And is there supporting bursary to make sure that that child finishes that?
But we have situations, Mr. President, where universities like Mount Kenya University will have more students in the School of Medicine than the University of Nairobi. What's your take on HELB supporting students in private universities more than those in public universities?
That's the conversation we're going to have.
Ultimately, Mr. President.
That's the conversation we are going to have, because we need to interrogate, you know, how feasible is it for government to support so many students with little money instead of supporting the number of students that they can with adequate resources to make sure that they get the correct training. So that's the conversation we're going to have. And we're going to have it with public universities, and we are going to have that conversation even with the private universities. And possibly we could, where we are not able to finance, we have to be honest with ourselves. Let me give you a practical situation, Michelle. We have students in academies. They pay 100,000, 200,000 a term, right? All through, from standard 1 to form 4. But when they go to university, we want to tell them we can pay for all of them. Why? If a parent is able to pay for their child in primary and in secondary, why don't we allow them to pay for their child in university? So that we support the children of the people who cannot afford. Why, for example, would my daughter or son of William Ruto be given bursary in the university when William Ruto can afford? Or for that matter, Ken Michungu here, or James Matt. You know, I'm sure that you guys can. So we really have to be honest.
Mr. President,
we really have to
allow for me to ask this question.
We really have to be honest with that, and I'm sorry if I say.
No, that's an interesting conversation.
We really have to be honest with ourselves.
Right.
That let those who can afford pay.
Okay.
We're positive
Let those
on
who
getting this
cannot
right.
afford, let us think of how do we support them, rather than pretending that we are able to support all the children, even when we are not in the position to.
Mr. President, can Mijungu allow me to come first?
Okay. Are you telling me Michungu wewe huwezi kulipia mtoto wako kwa university? Wewe sasa hii mtoto wako kwa nini kwa academy alafu unasema nini?
All right. Okay, Mr. President, we are positive on getting it right.
Yes.
Ultimately, it's about making sure that we have students that are well-baked for the job market.
Absolutely.
For, the world out there.
Absolutely.
We have lots of skills today. We have lots of experience, but not fully utilized. What are you doing to make sure that then, after all said and done, these skills, this experience will be utilized for economic growth?
3 things. Number 1, we have to drive our industrialization and manufacturing value addition agro-processing agenda. It is a big part of our plan. And that is why I have set the Ministry for Investment, Industry, and manufacturing, the Ministry of Investment, Trade, and Industry. Because, and I have put there an investment banker called Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria, when he's not a politician, is a very serious professional.
Oh, yeah?
Right? And I have confidence that him and his team of PSS, I have given him 3 PSS, very serious people, they will deliver on that agenda. We want to reverse the slide back in our manufacturing. Our manufacturing has gone down as a percentage of GDP from 9% to 7%. We have agreed with the ministry, we have agreed with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we have agreed with KEPSA, we have agreed with everybody that we are going to do a 20 by 30. We are saying by 2030, manufacturing should be contributing 20% to our GDP. That's the plan we have. That's how we are going to create the jobs. You're saying that we have so many skills. That is why I have also moved forward the completion of the Dongokundu, for example, a special economic zone where we are estimating to hire maybe 30, 40, 50,000 people. From being completed in 2028, I have pushed our development partners, JICA and all that group, to make sure that it is ready by 2025. That is why I am pushing the industrial city in Naivasha. Already, we are working with our textile industries. We are working with our leather product industry. You may want to know, Linda, that we are wasting close to 50% of all our hides and skins being eaten by dogs, being buried. When we are buying shoes, we are buying leather products that we should be producing using our own labor, using our own raw material from our own animals. We slaughter 3 million livestock every year. We are the 3rd largest livestock holder as a country in Africa. We should be able to take advantage of the raw material that we have, run our industries, and make sure. And I have given KPIs. And that is the conversation, by the way, we are going now to synchronize tomorrow with my cabinet. We're going to have 3 days of sitting down on how to deliver on the plan, ministry by ministry, priority by priority, with the timelines, with costs, to make sure that we don't disappoint the people of Kenya. And finally, I have told you about diaspora, for example.
Right.
That is a resource that we can use. Kenyans are outstanding everywhere they go, whether it is in the tourism industry, whether it is in the hospitality industry, whether it is in whatever other industry, they stand out globally. That's why I'm saying we have a resource.
Mr.
I intend, just 1 minute, Tabadali, Sam. I intend to drive the agenda to make sure that we leverage the many Kenyans who have skills, as Linda has said, we get them working everywhere in the world. That's why I've set up the Ministry of Diaspora, and I have put there a PS, and I have told her she has no other business. She must get Kenyans working everywhere, and every Kenyan who is working everywhere must be serviced by the government of Kenya. I intend to raise, by God's grace, the 400 billion to $1 trillion. Then we will be talking business. So we will be creating jobs locally, and we will be driving our jobs agenda internationally.
Okay, Mr. President, let's make progress and talk about the security situation in the country. And recently we had some sentiments from the new Inspector General that you appointed. He was talking about the police and defending themselves. We also had the Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua, saying that the police must protect themselves, do not provoke them. And this is coming at a time that it's just over 100 days that you said that there will be no extrajudicial killings in this country. So when IPOA comes and complains, then they're called busybodies by officers that you've appointed. How do you explain that? And what is the agenda of the government moving forward to ensure that there will be no such kind of activities?
Let me repeat, for the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya under my administration. Yeah? That is a chapter we must close and weld and bold and put it behind us. The police, I have sat down with the command of the police from the IG downwards, and we have agreed that they will operate within the law. Operating within the law includes defending themselves. Yeah? They are licensed to use firearms to deal with criminals, but to also defend themselves. Because if they don't defend themselves, they won't even be there to sort out the criminals. So let us not, I don't think the Deputy President or indeed the IG said that they want to continue with extrajudicial killing. That is not our policy, and we are all aligned as government. I have, as an administration, I have said we are going to respect and we are going to work with all institutions that makes sure that government works in a manner in which that's supposed to work, respecting the rule of law constitutionally. So the Independent Police Oversight Authority has our support. We are going to fund them. We are going to support them. And in fact, already, I have told them that they must begin to give us a program on the investigation of how we ended up with close to 200 Kenyans being killed and dumped in rivers. They must come. They must come to the country and tell us, right? And so, whenever you find this institution maybe saying something contrary with another institution, that's the beauty of democracy. That's the system of checks and balances. That's why the opposition, sometimes they don't agree with me, or they don't agree with government, but that does not mean that we have war, you know? It is this is how the system is meant to work. Every institution is supposed to check the other institution.
Mr. President,
and to make sure that everybody has a constitutional mandate. Everybody must operate within their constitution. If the constitutional mandate of IPOA is to make sure that there are no excesses in the police, that is their duty, and they must carry out that duty.
Mr. President, I'm here wondering, you have been a subject of harassment by police officers and some of your allies too. And police officers claimed they were following or operating within the law. When you say that they, in defending themselves, they're operating within the law, it appears like there's a way police understand the law and how Kenyans understand it. So my question to you is, give a clearer direction when you say that they can defend themselves within the law, because sometimes operating within the law has different meanings.
The police not can, they must defend themselves. That's the law, you know. They must defend themselves. They cannot put themselves at risk, you know, and be able to continue being a police force that helps us sort out our security. But, yes, I have been a subject of harassment by the police. But you heard me. I spoke clearly, with clarity. And I told the IG and all the commanders who came here from every county that they have no business carrying out political orders. Let them go and read the Constitution and read the law, you know? And I have told them there is no government person or opposition person. We are all taxpayers. They must protect all Kenyans the way they protect the president. Yeah? Whether they voted for the opposition or they voted for the government party, that's not the place of the police to go and choose and pick. All Kenyans, irrespective of how they voted, are taxpayers. They are entitled by right to protection under the law by our security agencies. And they have it very clear. I have told them, I have called the provincial administration, the national government administration officers, from the regional commissioner to the county commissioner, and I have told them it is not in their place to play politics. Yeah?
His Excellency, are you aware?
They must respect every elected leader, whether they are elected, and work with every elected leader, whether they are elected on the government side or on the opposition side. An elected leader is an elected leader. And I have told them to support government activity, government programs, that is their business, to make sure their IDs are issued, all the other government services are delivered in all areas, irrespective of who voted in which place. I have also told them they must support government, county government functions and programs. Because a government is a government, whether it is run by a person in the opposition party or a person in the governing party, it is a government at that level. And the provincial administration at that level must support government activity, where national and county, because that is how we are going to grow Kenya. Government functions, government programs that support the people of Kenya must be supported by all government people.
Mr. President, are you aware that we have about 750,000 pistols and rifles in private hands, of course, more than the police and military combined? And of course, this is according to a survey, a Geneva-based small arms survey. And the biggest worry, and of course what it is that experts then dictate, is that sheer volume of guns is a national security concern. If everybody were to go out and protect themselves, the police within the law, the people, Kenyans who seem to have lost faith in the aspect of security, that's why they'll go around, in search of guns and all that, some of them unlicensed. What would it mean?
For your information, Linda, we have, the reason why we have a government is so that we can delegate some of the functions to some people. Yeah. Otherwise, if it becomes everybody for himself, then we stop being a nation and we stop being a state, and we just become something else, right? So, small arms is a big challenge, correctly, not in Kenya, in our region, and the use of proliferation of illegal firearms in the wrong hands is part of the challenge we are facing with even the cattle rustlers, the terrorists, and all these other criminal operators. And that is why I said earlier in the Kiswahili interview that we have purposed ourselves. And the CS, Professor Kindiki, his peers, Mr. Omolo, are properly guided on what we should do as government to rein in on these runaway crooks and ensure that we deal with them decisively. We have made huge strides. As I told you, I was in Baringo in December, and they were saying for the last 7 months we have slept, But let me also tell you that it is not over until it is over. So we will keep upping our game. There is need for us to upgrade some of the equipments we are using. There is need for us to enhance our mobility for our security forces, it boils down to the budget, you know. And that is why I am really focused on sorting out the economy, because that way we will have the resources to sort out our roads, to sort out our security, and to sort out the things that are dear.
CS Kindiki Kithure says, and I quote, "We cannot afford to have a country where citizens live in constant fear, and we will not spare any effort, even if it means using the KDF. The Constitution dictates that the KDF are then released only as a last resort, and of course to restore peace, but with approval of the National Assembly. Article 241, 3C of the Constitution. Is the banditry menace as bad and severe such that the government would consider KDF?"
It is serious, but it hasn't reached the threshold for us to go to Parliament to get KDF involved. We, however, are sharing information, you know, from intelligence from all sides. We are sharing facilities and resources, you know. And in some of the areas, we are making the decision that it's good to have security installations in some of these areas. Like, for example, in that whole North Rift, we're going to have some of the training facilities for our security agencies to cement government presence in some of those areas, and to make sure that whenever we need to deploy, we are not deploying from afar. So there will be, for example, a garrison being built up by the army in Lodwar. There will be another garrison that will be built in the Suguta Valley, to make sure that people feel, you know, because security is also presence, you know, real presence. So we are deploying, all manner of interventions and strategies to make sure that we manage our security.
Why don't we have a commission that, of course, a commission of inquiry that then would look into the extrajudicial killings, now that you mentioned the River Yala cases, and as well the involvement of IPOA and IMLUs and all that?
I already had a thorough meeting with IPOA, and we have agreed with them that it is not necessary for me to establish another task force when IPOA is there, and it is squarely within their mandate to tell us how did Kenyans end up being killed in this manner. And then it was business as usual. 30 bodies in Yala, there's 17 bodies in Garissa. I don't know how many bodies were. You know, people, you know, there was a container here at the Nairobi area where people were being slaughtered in a police station. How did we end up there? You know, what kind of rogue, you know, institution? And that is why I fired that Kinoti man, you know, because, I mean, it's not right, good people.
Should there be responsibility more than just firing?
Of course, there will be responsibility.
He did not resign? You fired him?
We'll have another.
Okay, can we move this forward, Your Excellency? Yeah. Since we're talking about security and talk about regional peace, we have involved in DR Congo, we have interest in Somalia. What's our game plan? What exactly are we doing in this?
Smart. We, as a country, and maybe many Kenyans have been wondering, I have been to DRC, I have been to Uganda, I have been to Ethiopia, I was in South Sudan. You know, Kenya has the largest economy in this region. And we have huge interest in the stability of this region. If this region is unstable, the biggest hit will be on our economy. Apart from that, we need to pacify this region so that the East African community can become a real market for our products. We are having a big conversation about Dongokundu, about Naivasha Industrial City, about our manufacturing, about all the other facilities that we are working on. Those products have to be exported somewhere. We are looking at how do we grow our agriculture, agro-processing, our tea, our coffee, where are we selling these products? We have to be interested in creating that market. And that market has to be in a peaceful place. So the reason why we have an interest as a nation, and I am actively, driving the stability of this region. I spoke on not yesterday, the day before yesterday, with the president of Sudan, and agreed with him that it is time to have an IGAD meeting for us to help our brothers and sisters in South Sudan. I spoke first with the president of Ethiopia on what we are doing as a country to support them with what is going on in Tigray. I am in constant conversation with the president of DRC. We have our own soldiers in DRC who are supporting the stabilization of that region. Uganda has soldiers, South Sudan has soldiers, Burundi has soldiers to pacify the region. So regional peace is a very important component of our economy.
But highly pegged on the political situation, the transitions that we witness, such has not been guaranteed to the people in terms of the electoral processes. Perhaps that's the reason why we celebrate our previous election. Just what will be done to make sure that even the political transitions then are properly done to guarantee us a regional peace?
Precisely, you don't wait until you have a problem. You manage the situation ahead of time. So we are, whatever we are doing, whether it is in DRC, whether it is in the rest of the region, is to make sure that we are not taken by surprise by anything. Okay. That we are mobilizing the region, and we are mobilizing international support also for our regional peace initiatives to make sure that Kenya contributes, our bit in making sure that our region is stable so that we can drive our economy, we can drive trade, we can drive investment, and we can support and build our economy.
Okay, one word on the Somali and, of course, our very own spillover.
Somalia is a very interesting situation, and we now have a leadership in Somalia that are working with us. And we're not only working with the president of Somalia, we are very happy that he is now consolidating even with the regional presidents in Somalia so that we jointly attack the Al-Shabaab menace. We are very happy that at least we have some synergy and agreement. And we have taken the position that Somalia is a problem for Somalia as it is a problem for us. We cannot afford to look away. We cannot afford to walk away. We have to deal with that challenge because if we don't, it will get to our doorsteps. We are lucky that we are keeping it at bay because of our intervention. Otherwise, it would ride all the way to nowhere.
Mr. President, allow me to bring you back home and discuss another topic matter that is of importance.
Thank you.
As soon as you were elected president, there's a phenomenon that happened. The cases were collapsing left, right, and center. And these cases were of corruption in nature. And then other coincidence happened. Once you nominated some people, their cases were also withdrawn. I don't know what you feel about that and what you have to say about that.
When we talked about this, it looked like it was politics. There was a huge push by the former administration, our friends, to use the criminal justice system to run their politics, and to fabricate, cases against people merely because they didn't agree with your political side. It is in the public domain, my brother. Many governors, they were called, we are going to do this, we are going to start a file for you, you must be in Azimio. You must be in Azimio. The reason why Azimio is definitely going to collapse is because it was built on quicksand. It was built on threats, blackmail, intimidation. So, to answer your question, is if the criminal justice system was used, today, the people who are supposed to give evidence against these people are saying, We can't give evidence because we were forced to say this and this and this as against this person because it was we were forced to say so. Otherwise, our jobs were going to be on the line. So I mean, so how do you support such a case? What are we supposed to say? Prosecute this person anyway, you know? So, and it is not for me, by the way. It's not for me to decide. There is no single case I have been asked. And for your information, I have told cabinet here. I have told my cabinet ministers. I have told the DPP. I have told the EACC director. I have told the DCI. Normally, before somebody is arrested who is working in government, the president is informed, you know, so that he can say something. I have told them, don't call me.
Okay.
Read the Constitution, read the law. If somebody needs to be prosecuted, whether he is minister, whether he is PS, whether he is whoever, apelekwe kotini.
I want to ask a follow-up
I
question.
don't want to be asked anything. And I have told the criminal justice system. I have told my sister, the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court. I will never call her to ask her for any favor on any case. The only conversation maybe I will ask her is, if a case is taking too long, is to ask her, please expedite. We are not telling you rule this way or rule this way. Okay, expedite the case, rule in whatever way, so that we know whether we are going left or we are going right.
Mr. President, I would accept your premise that these cases were politically motivated, as you've said. Why isn't the DPP being asked to take foundational responsibility? Because that office took cases.
There are things I cannot speak on national television for other reasons. Yeah, but if I told you, for example, that already the DPP had been asked to hand in his resignation, you know, if he doesn't prosecute this case and this case and this case, you know? I mean, it was just an ugly situation. And I pray that Kenya never again goes to a place where the criminal justice system is used to manipulate politics.
So
we must never be there.
Yeah, I just want to ask this before I allow my colleagues to get into this. The question that you bring us now to the public is, we have to trust you that you're not using that same office for political expediency. That is what you are forcing us to do as a country, because we don't know the details.
And if there are signs that my office is being, it should be called out. That's why I am an open book. That's why I want a vibrant opposition. How did we get here? We got here because of the handshake nonsense. My good brother, Bwana Smart. We got here because you get the opposition, which is supposed to hold government to account, into some illegal, you know, cohabitation, or whatever it was called, you know, in the name of unity. What unity? You know, who says by having an opposition, we are not united? So, Kenyans voted in this election, right? There are as many people in Azimio as there are in Kenya Kwanza. So, are you going to fault Kenyans that they caused disunity? The Kenyans voted.
Mr. President.
So, it is now up to us leaders to figure out, this is the decision of Kenyans. Kenyans have said, you guys go and run government. They have said, you guys go and check government. Okay. Let us appropriate our responsibilities to Ndekazi.
Yes, just as one final question on this, because we have to clear this up.
And let me say it looking at Kenyans.
Yeah. That's your camera.
The office of the president will not be used to use the criminal justice system against my opponents or for any political purpose.
So the guarantee here...
And that I can sign off as William Ruto. It will not happen.
The guarantee here...
You know, I have enough people to help me do politics. You know, I have first myself. You know, I am a politician. I know what to do with politics, right? I don't need the police. I don't need the criminal justice system. You know, I can go and speak to Kenyans the way I spoke to Kenyans, you know, persuade them, sell them my view. They have my track record. They know what they want. They know. And for your information, just allow me to say this.
Please.
The reason why you find that the people of Kenya are really energized asking, you know, about things about my administration is because the people of Kenya know me and they know what I am capable of doing. And they judge me by very high standards. You know, if it was just another guy, they wouldn't mind if he did one or two things right, because they would say, okay, maybe this guy anyway has tried. But for me, I have to do things at another level because they know what I'm capable of doing.
Yeah, I think the reasons that we're asking this and to finish this sequence of questioning on the rule of law and accountability is you actually put in the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, and you said yourself that you'll establish within 30 days a quasi-judicial public inquiry to establish the extent of cronyism, state capture, and such things. It's well past 30 days.
It is well past 30 days. When you come in the space where we came in, you know, the events of August 15th, were horrible, you know, because even the military, a sacred institution, had been roped into the scheme to sabotage the will of the people of Kenya because of that state capture menace, right? If Chebukati were to tell you the kind of hell he went through, yeah? If the day the story of August 15th will be told in Kenya, yeah? You will know why I am delaying, yeah? Because now I have to balance between, do I sort out the economy? You know, we are almost in the red, you know? Or do I swing this big thing that will drain our energy? I want to promise you that that story will be told one day. This state capture will be done one day. But
you'll establish the commission?
We'll establish the commission one day. But where we are as a country, I have to balance. You know, if you were to sit where I'm sitting, James, yeah, you would know why I have to go slow on certain things to allow the country to get out of the mess we are in, you know, without overloading it with so many, you know, so many other issues. Our plate is full, you know, so I have to kind of balance, you know, but I want to promise you that that story will be told.
Okay. Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
The political system that we are in, I mean, straight after you named your cabinet, what is the coincidence that I'll just mention three names? Your own deputy, Rigathi Gachagua, in fact, is getting his 200 million shillings back. Aisha Jumo, your cabinet secretary, and Mithika Linturi, your cabinet secretary. These were cases, not one. Some had multiple cases in court. You want to tell us that you didn't have a hand in their clearance and the stalling of those cases?
Let me look again at the people of Kenya. William Ruto, the president of Kenya, had nothing to do with the cases that were dropped by the DPP against not just the three, any other case.
Okay.
And you can sit with my good brother Nurdin and ask him directly whether he has received a call from me to tell him, drop this case or drop that case.
Do you think it's just natural, Mr. President, that Rigathi Gachagua, who was just the other day a member of parliament, is now the deputy president, and his cases are falling? And obviously Kenyans will suspect there's a hand of the president and the government of the day.
Also Kenyans know that the criminal justice system was mobilized by the former administration to achieve political ends.
Okay.
Otherwise, for your information, with all these cases, how did we get ourselves elected? I mean, if all this was true, are you telling me the 7 million plus Kenyans who said, no, these people are the right people to lead our country? Are you telling me our election was done at night?
How different
or in a dark place?
From
you
what
know,
you said.
What I am telling you is the people of Kenya can decipher between what is right and what is wrong.
Okay.
Right? What is right, what is wrong, and what is right. And if my good friend Rigathi Gachagua had anything to do with that matter, these people would have jailed him long time ago.
Okay. I'll talk about your deputy in a moment, but tell me, from what you have said, based on James Smart's questions, you support a very strong political system.
Yes,
you want the opposition to sit on their side, you want to do your work. And if you do this, why is it that political parties are complaining that they haven't received their funding? If you really intended on supporting these political systems, why can the political parties, which your political party that brought you to office is one of the biggest, I believe it's also affected, but the other smaller parties are complaining first quarter, second quarter, third quarter of the funds are not yet in the offices. This is a sabotage. You don't want them to grow, yet you support a strong political system.
So it is sabotage, says who, and
the
by,
political parties
and by who?
Political parties that are saying they haven't received the first quarter, second quarter, and third quarter.
Have they also told you that even my own party has not received any funding?
You're the ruling party.
Yes, even the ruling party has not received any
You're the ruling party. Perhaps you have funding. Them, they're outside the government.
From where?
To survive.
Let me tell you, Ken, I am a very big believer in building political parties as institutions of governance. In fact, a country, a democracy, a government is as good as its political party or political system. You know, it is the way we are going to detribalize our politics, is to build political parties, strong, credible, issue-founded political parties. That's what we should do, right? And on this, I have said not once, not many, not once, not twice. On this, I have said you must give credit to my former party called ODM. We started ODM together with others. Yeah, at least they have gone. You know, they've existed for long enough. Unfortunately for me, Jubilee, which was my party, was destroyed. You know, by characters there. So what I am a strong believer of building political parties as institutions of governance. And I will make sure that there will be adequate resources always
for the
political parties.
Okay.
The challenge that we have is money was provided. It was sent to the ORPP, you know. But the challenge is some parties went to court to quarrel about the amounts. Surely, as somebody who respects the rule of law, do you want me to go and override the courts?
Okay.
You know?
How does this?
So, the same way I am waiting, the court have taken, the people have gone to court, I cannot appoint CASS, I am waiting. So, those ones are also waiting. People have gone to court. When the court decides, because we all respect the court, we will
Your Excellency, you have been elected for the first 5-year term. I want to bring in an aspect of your election that perhaps would be of interest. There's something that happens in this country, political patronage. Already we are seeing conversations going on in your own party, for example, with Nairobi County, and I know my colleagues will talk about it, where Johnson Sakaja is actually put on the chopping board. We supported in this election. You have to do our bidding. But my question is, based on some of the proposals in the past, for example, the BBI proposed 7-year term. Straight after your swearing in, there was an outrageous proposal on removing the term limit, which you rejected as soon as it was mentioned. But my question is, would you, now that you sit on that seat, would you propose, for example, that what was being mooted then, a 7-year term, for example, an amendment of the Constitution, a single term for the president, ends this patronage so that you are not heavily burdened by the next election in 2027? So, you know, I have a 7-year term, 1 term, I'm gone. Would you say that would be important to end this culture of political patronage?
I don't have the monopoly of making proposals for changing the Constitution. I have made mine. Why don't you make yours? Including even that one. That's okay. There's no problem. Let us all, because the Constitution is not about a person. Isn't you, smart?
Yeah.
So even Ken, that suggestion you are making, you can make, or others can make whatever they want, whatever suggestions they want. It will be assessed on its own merit. It will be processed by the structures provided by the Constitution, either as a parliamentary initiative or as a citizen initiative, whatever. So there are many proposals that can be considered. I have made the ones that I think, for me, from where I sit, my desk, I want the issue of two-third gender sorted out for 2 reasons. Number 1, I made a commitment to women of the Republic of Kenya. And number 2, I found a challenge on the desk left by Uhuru Kenyatta on dissolution of parliament on account of failure to have 2/3. I have an interest from where I sit as president. I have an interest in accountability. That's why I'm proposing that let us have ministers go to parliament to answer questions. I have an interest in accountability. That's why I want the leader of an office be created of the leader of the opposition so that my challenger is not left addressing people in funerals. At least he has an office and a bureaucracy to support him.
Mr. President,
I have to ask this question.
No, I'm just saying,
yes.
We create a forum, a respectable forum for the alternative government, to also function. So to keep government
Okay, Mr. President,
and I'm telling you,
yes,
when I talk about creating an office, I am not talking about creating a job for a person.
Okay, Mr. President.
I am talking about creating an institution that will outlive all of us and support the delivery of government services by keeping the executive on check.
But are you captured as a politician with patronage? Are you captured, or it's okay? It's a phenomenon that is accepted.
Let me tell you.
Yes.
Politics world over is about interests. Politics is about interests. So you can never have politics that don't have interest. Even the reason people vote for me is because they have an interest. Mtu ana time, asila fund, nitapata hapa. Hapa nitapata mambo yangu ya ile universal health coverage. Hapa iko maneno yangu ya kilimo. So people vote for interest. And for the case you have mentioned about Nairobi and what have you,
yes.
That's a political challenge we have as a party. We will sit down as a party and sort it out.
Okay.
We have the acumen to do it. We have a new governor in Nairobi. There are issues. He's trying to do this, he's trying to do that. Some he gets right, some maybe he needs a bit more consultation, something like that. And that's why I am there.
You're micromanaging
I will no. We will support all our governors. Some of them are making the right decision. Some of them are not. We just managed to do something about Meru. In fact, as I talk to you now, there is a conversation with Meru leaders, which my deputy is going on with, to make sure that we support them politically, because the governor does not have so much experience in managing.
So you need to manage that.
So we have to help.
Mr. President, I understand that we are out of time.
Yeah. Okay.
I need to hand over to our lead moderator, but we've been here for, I think, over 2 and so hours.
Yes.
I haven't seen the office of the first daughter. I don't know, maybe you'd finish that as you take us home. Where is that office situated?
leave my daughter Charlene alone. No, these are kids, you know. They are just, you know, they are just being children.
Okay.
You know? So you know very well, James, that there is no such office. You know, this is a girl who is just being herself, a child. You know, she has this space with her colleagues. You know, her colleagues are pushing her. Oh, you know, maybe we could do this. Maybe we could do this. But you know, she's okay. You know, she's just
tapping into the privilege.
She's just being the daughter of William Ruto, and sometimes she doesn't know the divide between the president and the father. So, you know.
All right, Mr. President, we have less than a minute, and let's use that to look at. You promised that there would be 50-50 gender representation in cabinet. You have 15 male CSs, 7 female CSs. You have 39 male PSs, and 12 female PSs. What happened?
I could have done better. But you know, as I told you, politics is about balancing many things. You're balancing regions, you're balancing age, you're balancing this, that, the other. And you know, there was even a very interesting scenario. One of the female governors called me and told me that please make so-and-so PS. And of course, he was pushing for a male person. So I told her, Governor, I already have problems, you know, with the women. Instead of you pushing me to appoint more men, you should be pushing me to appoint some more women. So that is why, part of the reason why I have appointed a gender advisor in my office, because I intend to pursue this thing beyond the appointments I have made in cabinet and in PSS. That is why I am pushing the agenda of two-third gender rule so that we can sort out and expand the space of women beyond the appointments we are making, so that we can create that much more room.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your time. And thank you, the viewer, for supporting us with sharing some of the questions. And Mr. President, there's been a lot of interest on this. Some negative, some positive, but I think it is the work of the President.
I am used to that space. So thank you very much, Sam, and your team, for also finding time for us to have this conversation. And thank you very much, the great people of Kenya, for listening to us. My assurance is that we will not drop the ball, and we will make sure that we discharge on our commitments.
All right. From the rest of us, it's good night. My name is Sam Gituku from Citizen TV. Bye for now.
This is NTV.
Santon, a fun new world of flavor, fruity freshness in every sip.
The biggest names, the biggest games. The biggest winners, the biggest losers. The biggest headline makers, the biggest movers and shakers. In this special edition of the Football Review, we take a look back on 2022 and the teams, people and stories that shaped the year in football.
Make a sure decision with Eldoret Technical Training Institute. Apply now. SMS your name, course, grade and email address to 0725 818 644 or visit our website www.eldorettti.ac.ke.
Tony and I have a little announcement to make. We are all going on a destination wedding. Is it Hawaii? It's exactly the opposite. We want to get married at the Ice Hotel.
Oh my God! It's like something out of a fairy tale.
Welcome to the Ice Hotel.
I think I just set Jenny up with the man of her dreams.
Hey, who's that?
Oh, just your best man.
I'm Craig. This is my daughter, Sarah.
You're the best man.
I think he's gotta bring a +1.
Who's the +1? Oh my God. Where'd she come from?
I know that this is an ice hotel. I guess I wasn't expecting it to be so cold. Achoo!
I don't think she's enjoying this winter weather as much as she thought she would be.
Achoo!
Oh! It's not for everybody. I don't want to be a complication for you or for Sarah.
I wish I might.
Everyone deserves to be loved and find that special someone.
Have this wish I wish tonight.
What did you wish for?
Oh, I can't tell you that. Then my dreams won't come true.
Access to and the use of mobile phones in the sub-Saharan Africa has increased over the past decade. Mobile telephony has brought opportunities on the continent. A GSMA 2020 report projects that over 50% of the population in Africa will have access to mobile phones by 2025. However, limited digital skills and assistive technologies for the illiterate population and people with special needs is a major barrier. I am in Abidjan, the capital of Côte d'Ivoire, to find out how a smartphone innovation is working to bridge this gap.
We had to look inward. If the entire world is going crazy because there's no particular raw material and we have it in abundance, why are we not creating it and then sending those finished products to the world instead of sending our raw materials to the world?
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Naweza sema life ni decisions. Whether uko na do ama uko msoto. Life sana sana uko determined na decisions mtu make daily. But of course kuna vitu hatungejichagulia. Reason being, tulikuwa watoi. Like familia tulizaliwa, mtaa uliishi, place ulienda chuo. Then you grew up. Wengine wakaishia kampo, wengine school of life ikawa enroll. Tukaanza kuona life from a different perspective. Plan A ikifail, tunasonga na the next available plan. Tukahustle. Life ikakuwa soft on ours, wengine ikabidi wametamak. Pesa ikakosa, pesa ikapatikana. Si wenyewe tukaamua how to use your dough in order of urgency. Either kwa base, kubaya familia kiroma, ama kuinvest. Decision ya life partner pia ikakuwa on us. Considering hizi decisions ndio zita inform the rest of our lives, do we take time to think them through? Na aftermath ya hizi decisions je, huwa tuna consider ngori inaweza come through? Ama we just jump in not considering hawezi remake decision, then baadaye life inakufanyia ile kitu juu ya decision ile kutake only a split second to make.
Hebu harakisha ukunywe chai usichelewe.
Leo si mandazi kama kawaida umeamua aje? Naona mayai, smoky. Ama ni birthday yako na usemi?
Katika farafaga nyingi tanywa chai. Wewe unawe musherere.
Sawa, sorry.
Haya, chap chap. Unaona ni saa ngapi?
Sio acha hata nimalize.
Hapana.
Sifi tutuonane baadaye.
Haya, sawa. Bubu.
Bye.
Tuonane jioni.
Sawa.
Sasa?
Poa.
Ndio hizi nguo zako zimekauka.
Asante.
Asante. Asante sana.
Nashukuru.
Poa sana Kuria, mambo?
Sasa mama.
Poa.
Prince alinisho nisiende shule kesho kama sijamaliza fee kutoka second term.
Wewe enda ukafue uniform, mimi mambo ya school fees nitaangalia.
Sasa naosha uniform na siendi shule kesho?
Iko radra kuratiga uhoro muigi.
Na hii uniform nikaweza rudia form 4 nitaenda ndivyo. Mom, usiworry. Niko karibu kumaliza shule. I'll take care of you. Siwezi kuacha vile mzae alituacha.
Sawa. Wewe mzee wa nyumba, saa ya kulala imefika.
Yaani hadi mzee wa nyumba waambia masaa ya kulala.
Usijali. Kila kitu itakuwa sawa.
Kila kitu kiko sawa already. Tukiwa wawili nini hatuwezi overcome? Mom. Huku niamsha nimechelewa. Mom. Ama siendi juu ya fee. Mom.
Familia na umoja. Tunaweza achieve a lot tukiwa pamoja, but the minute tuna separate, psyche inakuwa less, weakness zetu zinajianika, tunakuwa praise, then tunakuwa exposed kwa predators.